Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the VOD as well. If you're watching in the VOD format. What's up, Ishin? Eshin? That is your real name. Guys, should I give in to temptation? That is the ultimate question in life. Look at it. It's sweating. See that condensation. Shen is your real last name. Oh, okay. E. Shen. I like it. What's up, Tell It? What's up, Javasteen? Jordan Knox? Gunnar Wolf? Jirish? Hey! I, Tyron. Thank you for the prime. Swindle, 1964. What's up? Good evening. Evo Supreme, Surfer 801, CJC 14532, Paco Io, Variety Void. What's up, bud? Lost Claws, Jirish. I already got you, Jirish. Tsunami-san, Dragon Blazonry. Yes, Smokey. Do I give in to temptation? It's been 9 days since my last cold brew, but I've got a hankering for a cold brew. I don't know. We're gonna keep this like nearby. It just feels right to have it, you know. I'm gonna just set this aside real quick. Cold brew at 6 p.m. Well, my 6 p.m. isn't equal to your guys' 6 p.m. Believe it or not. So, you know, it's kind of like a, I won't say it's too bad, right? It's like a little mid-afternoon, like, little treat maybe. What's up, Echo 5? Good morning, Scabby Bob. Go to your grave knowing that cold brew has no power over you? But it does. I feel the gravity of the cold brew, like, on my desk. It's pulling me towards it. It's like a black hole, if you will. How's my day going so far? It's going pretty good. It's been a little bit of an eventful day. We released a little patch on Alpha. So you guys are gonna get the scoop. The full notes will be revealed. What does Sean say? Reveal. Speaking of Sean, I'm working on a Sean, a loving robot stream bingo. See if I can pull that up. How am I doing so far? Oh wait, you guys can't see that. How am I doing so far? Is this pretty good? Or should I swap anything out? Did I add anything? What's up, Zen Zero? What's up, Applied Hobbies? What's up, Slayheem? I've been known to wear black t-shirts. I'm glad that I didn't pull this up while wearing a black t-shirt, because I often wear black t-shirts while I stream. I don't know. It's just like it's like a team like uniform kind of thing, you know? Whereas a black t-shirt could be in the middle as a free spot. Yeah. Should I add where's flannel shirt? Because, you know, winter's coming. All right. Anyways, I'll think on your suggestions. They're good. They're pretty good. What? I don't know. Do I go with the cold brew? I kind of feel like I should. Let's get started on these little patch notes. Let's get started on these patch notes. I'm leaking everything. I'm leaking my Discord, and you can see all these servers I'm in. Monsters and Memories not even in the top slot. What is this sacrilege? It's messed up. That's what it is. What is this mysterious icon? Oh, never mind. Never mind. Thank you, cool tips. Thanks for the Shadow Knight buffs. You can't just start spoiling. I'm supposed to be the one spoiling stuff. There might be a couple things not working correctly or how I want, so, you know. Alright, is this hard to read? We could do this, right? Seems reasonable. Hey, how's it going, Nicodemus? Doing good over here. What's up, K. Lauren? Alright. Alright, let's go through these patch notes, huh? You guys ready? It's tempting. It's tempting. Okay. So we're on patch 0.20.18.0. Spoilers, we're not on 0.0 anymore. And we'll be going through that shortly. Upgraded to Unity 6000.0.59 F2, which fixes some memory leaks and the Unity runtime vulnerability. Yeah, so there was the whole thing that came out about the Unity security issues, so naturally we wanted to bump our version up as soon as possible. So for the stress test, we actually patched this, I believe, without upgrading the Unity version, but now we've upgraded the Unity version, so it's all good now. Grimtide Sanctum. New dungeon is now accessible. This dungeon started as kind of like it's supposed to be a mini dungeon, but it's a little bit bigger than we not that we wanted, but just what we're really playing with, like, the formula on mini dungeons. Like, how big can we make a mini dungeon where it doesn't feel like a mini dungeon anymore? How small can we make a mini dungeon? You guys have seen Infested Crypt, so you know how small they can get. They could get smaller, but that's pretty small, you know? Make lights great again, apparently, is the next patch note. Whatever that means. We're making them lights. Oh, you know what? I think I remember what that is. That is, we've made, like, the lighting. I don't know exactly what it is, the technical art term or whatever that, you know, they were talking about. But it really makes things pop a lot better. Let me see if I could actually bring up what Goblin said on it. Goblin said everything changed. There is no more Fresno. meaning we get textures finally representing their true colors. It's subtle, but the effect is incredible. Go look at the shaded bloom in sign at night, for an example. It's never looked that damn good. I think there could be a mini dungeon and a micro dungeon. Myself, I think there could be multiple definitions. Multiple variants, multiple different sizes. Hey, what's up, Asterian? What's up, SSA Blue Knight? Exactly, Jordan Knox. Yes, Spider Crypton's Shaded Dunes is a micro dungeon, I would say, for sure. No spoilers, chat. Nobody knows where Grimtide is. Nobody. Including the team. Asian Candy Thought. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Alright. You know, I feel like I have to crack this thing, or else I'm just gonna sit here and, like, not go through this list. What do you guys think? Should I crack it? Type 1 in the chat if I should crack it. Press 2 if I should avoid all temptation. It's kind of mixed here. It's kind of mixed, honestly. Stay strong. What does it do for the diet? Not much. It doesn't move the needle on the diet at all. It's a nutritional facts. 15 cal. Nobody likes a quitter. Do it. Ones. Ugh. What if I drink half of it? I think I might drink half of it and throw the rest away. Would that be bad? Or I could put it in the fridge. How do you know if it touched my mouth or not? All right, well, time to update that stream title. All right, let's get back to these notes. You guys are distracting me. So you guys got the explanation on making the lights great. Let's talk about new HD RP shader made by Bjorn. It was too shiny, said Sean. There you have it. New HD RP shader. Crest 5 fixes. So we got our new water version in Crest 5. It appeared in the alpha briefly, but it's still being worked on, so there's some issues with it. So it's been disabled actually within the scenes, but it's being worked on behind the scenes, right? Major GM and live support features, including chat pop-up windows. Balance. Wisdom now provides more mana, particularly at lower levels, as well as intelligence. Raise the minimum amount of health granted by stamina for all classes. Pets now have stat overrides, making them less Giga Chad. Increase fall damage slightly. Remove is overpowering status for players and player pets. So this was basically, if I understand it correctly, it's when your con difference is like very large, or your con difference. So I think it's when like an NPC is conning you and you're super red. I think you're not is overpowering anymore or whatever as a player or pet. So essentially it's like a soft nerf against players and pets. I believe it does include charm pets, but we're gonna watch that one closely because charm is meant to be like you are taking over an NPC, right? Now that doesn't mean we'll not apply some like random charm nerf down the line, which is like a flat decrease to something, but we're gonna try it for now and see if anybody who likes charming complains first. And can provide some kind of evidence that, you know, that it's not good. So much pet hate, golly gee. And so the idea isn't to just like shit on pets by any means. Sorry for the language. We are trying to get pets into a better place because pets have been historically overpowered. And yeah. Wait, did that finally just pop off on live stream? Oh, wait, no, that was old. I just noticed it. Alright. Anyways. What was the driver to increase fall damage? It was just way too low. I jumped off Falendrill and lived. It might even still be too low. So we'll have to take a look at that. Black Shoals Fortress. That's right. Have you considered making Int or Wiz give mana regen so you can invest in it? Personally, I haven't considered that because I believe that mana regen and health regen should be a rare stat within Monsters and Memories because the downtime factor needs to be maintained, right? So if you can just farm like little bits of regen here and every piece of your gear and all these, you know, it just adds up, right? So you don't want to break the game feel because you've gotten tons and tons of a basic stat, right? And so spoiler alert. They're in the when I get to the content portion of the changes, there's gonna be, you know, a mention of pets being rebalanced, aka nerfed. But a number of different pets will be it's just a initial pass. There's going to be more balance changes coming. Some pets will go up a little bit, some pets will go down a little bit, some pets will get some side grades, some classes will get more pets than, you know, like Beastmaster. The plan for Beastmaster is probably going to be multi-pet. That's my current game plan, and I'm hoping to get this in very soon. Can you explain more about widgets when you get to that bullet point? Not sure I understand that. Yeah, sure. All right, so tech. Added support for buffs with on-heal effects. So basically what this means is Mortal Strike, buffs that amp up your healing, stuff like that. You'll see this on a new ability that's below. Re-enable Discord Rich Presence. So yes, if you have the client, you can share on Discord that you are playing Monsters and Memories officially. We had to disable this for some reason. We had it a long time ago. Well, not even really a long time ago. It was like maybe several months ago we disabled it. And then we just forgot to put it back on, and then I remembered about it the other day. So, yeah. You can share that you're playing the game on Discord officially. Discord integration. What's up, NV? Casting prediction now understands range. So casting prediction is it basically helps the client kind of understand what the cast is going to be like, and kind of, even if there's lag, it'll feel smooth, right? So I guess that concept didn't have a concept of understanding range. Now it does. So there you go. Allow any buff to be hidden by designers. I gotta mess with this. I'm gonna start hiding all your buffs just to mess with you guys. Have you heard the good news? What's the good news? Allow abilities to place widgets at the current cursor position. So this is going to be essentially, you can place traps. Now, this might not apply to traps per se, but it may. Is basically you can drop a campfire or widget within an area around yourself, similar to like ground targeting abilities in like WoW and other MMOs, right? And this, to my understanding, will just also be a ability thing that we can do for non-widget abilities. So a widget is like a trap, like a piece of furniture that you can put down, stuff like that. Like widgets, campfires, those crates that you put down, or the torches that you put down on the ground. Those are all widgets. That's the technical internal term for it. Pauldrons, exactly. Now, I don't know that all widgets will be like this. It has to be allowed on a case-by-case basis. And eventually that will be the same case with abilities, right? What's up, Class and Cool? Can we place torches on walls? If a torch holder is marked, if there's like an empty torch holder that's marked to allow for placing a torch in it, then you can. But you can't actually place the torch on a wall. I think that has to be on the ground. Those torch holders and doors and lifts and boats, those are known as statics. Similar concept to widgets, but they're more static in the scene, and they're kind of like a known quantity within that. So, all right. By the way, sorry guys. I hope this doesn't mess up any of your YouTube content. I don't plan on doing this all the time. This is kind of like just like a spur of the moment thing. And I'm really bad at this too. I'm very slow, and I'm very wordy. All right. Allows more granularity in defining widget minimum separations. So that means that it's not like snapping all crazy. Like you can, it's more smooth, the placement. Inclusion changes that increase performance and reduce memory usage. Well, there you have it. Simple. Tweaks to Black Shoals Fortress. Okay. New secret doors. Cool. Art. Automated addition of new shader made by Bjorn. Numerous armor appearances, icons adjusted based on feedback. Minor back-end organizations on the Scarab Helm asset. Shallow Shoals, Night Harbor, Shaded Dunes, Sungreet Strand, and many other zones got environment and propping work. When they say many other zones, it means the zones you guys can't go into yet. So, Actually, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just being snarky. Forgive me. Fixes. Fix NPCs bouncing at certain locations. Fix cast bar briefly, sometimes appearing briefly sometimes when attempting to cast on an out-of-range NPC. That's probably related to the whole casting prediction thing. Understands range. Fix pressing escape in the book selection prompt after right-clicking an ability scroll, scribing the ability anyway. Fix invisible player on ships. Fix ship lights calling oddly. Fix some issues with gaining hate on null entity. Fix a race condition that sometimes makes spell descriptions on scrolls give nothing but the internal ability string. I guess that just ends there. There you go. Maybe that makes sense and I'm just stupid, but... Fix innate resist not correctly being applied to NPCs. Clear target if you can't see your target when it turns invisible. Always allow self-targeting. Hopefully fix that your target is no longer available casting error. Pathfinding fixes to solve some mobs stucks. Some mobs being stuck. Belt slot containers such as pouches now show their slot as bag belt to correctly indicate that they can be placed in a bag slot as well. Fix the server-side memory leak involving gameplay volumes like auras and campfires. Fix an error preventing the creation of beneficial frontal cone abilities. Why would that be fixed? Fixed resist holy stats not showing up on items. Content patch notes to follow, because Nick's sleeping. So that was fired off at 4:12 a.m. my time. Sorry, guys, that I didn't get those patch notes right away. You know? Might have just been headed to bed right at that time. Hey, Nick, I had a question. There are these little lanterns outside of Night Harbor that are locked. Are there something you can interact with and light up? Yeah, they used to be an interactable. You could take a candle and put them in there, and they would light up. And then people could, like, light up the road and kind of, like, maintain this, like, system, right? But I don't know what happened. I think they got disabled at some point. But I'd like to bring them back. They're really, really cool. It's a great concept. It shouldn't be hard to fix. If anybody feels like looking at them, please feel free. Oh, I see myself. Look at 12:40 p.m. Jeez. What is this guy doing? Okay, so the first hotfix went out at just after noon my time in the central United States. Patch 0.20.18.1. Balance. Pet levels reverted to 0.20.17.1. Yeah, so I adjusted their the pet levels, but yeah, no. Just doesn't work that way, guys. So it's maybe something that I poke at again, but yeah, no. So this is just their level, not their damage and health and other things, right? That's just the level they spawn as. I'm gonna play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I've heard of that game, but I don't know about it. I don't know if I will or not. Oh no! Bye, lemon candies. Have a good one. Good evening, Classic EverQuest. Alright. So, we established that this is just the levels. The player's level-based physical damage bonus is now a multiplier instead of a random roll. Physical damage rolls should now feel more consistent, though long-term damage output should remain the same. That's balance wizardry at work by Runaf and Ollie, I'm sure. Probably finding little optimizations on how we do things so that the game is just better overall. I don't really have any hot takes on this. I'm not a formulas guy, but I do like complain or I don't know, be like, yay, approve of, you know, combat balance formula changes, like, you know. But me trying to figure that out, no, that ain't happening. Fixed. Illusions should now have faces. Hope that's the case. I thought I saw something, or it might not be. Night Harbor and Shaded Dunes Crest 5 test. This snuck in, has not been configured yet, so we reverted this already. Fix some misconfigured spell icons. Line of sight fixes for Night Harbor and Grimtide Sanctum. We introduced a bug in this last patch that basically I think sound effects or something had LOS or something crazy. Fixed houses misbehaving in Night Harbor. Yeah, there was some kind of issue where houses basically were getting assigned like the wrong positions. All right. Get into the meat and potatoes of the content updates. So this segment of the patch notes, if you have any issues with it, or even though you could have issues with this stuff too, but this part in particular, if you have any issues with this stuff, please blame me and complain about it. Balance. Pets rebalanced. So I think this is going to be a net. It's going to be a net damage nerf for many pets, right? And it's also, I believe, Ollie was trying to say this was a health increase. I don't think it's a health increase. Maybe it is for certain edge cases, but I don't believe that it is. I think it's a health nerf as well. Also, in addition to that, pets now use provoke instead of taunt. We're close. Are we close to an arrow retrieval system? Well, we're closer than we were about a week or two ago. But yeah, we are closer. Close. The guys can cook stuff up really fast. Like once they get inspired and they see some material, they're like, "Oh, let's just get that in." So that could be real close. That could be kind of close, but it's definitely closer than it was a couple weeks ago. All pet cast time increased to 10 seconds. So summoning your pet now takes 10 seconds. Feign death crit fail chance reduced very slightly. So there's been something weird with like the crit fail chance on feign death. I don't know if it's like user expectations going awry or, you know, us not being able to like configure this in a way that feels good at high level, but not, you know, but have like a sense of progression. I think it's kind of the lack of progression of it. So I've reduced this for now so that high level feign deathing doesn't feel awful, but that means that low level feign deathing is gonna just feel at, you know, just as good, right? Where maybe it shouldn't, you know, progression and stuff. Hold on, Angrius. Let me get to that. So I'll have an explanation. Slam. Tooltip fix to properly reflect damage done. The tooltip was incorrect. It was showing you the wrong damage. New effect. When using this ability from behind, you stun your target for 1 second. So Slam is the generic kind of strike ability that the Paladin, Inquisitor, and Shadow Knight have. The Knights, or the hybrid tanks, as they're called. Charm Beast, Undead, and Elemental. All ranks now set to a flat 6-second cast time. So in my latest patch, which I haven't even posted in here, hot off the presses, this is going to be 3, 4, 5, and 6, based on tier. So the feedback was received that it basically... there was some feedback that it doesn't feel good to always have a 6-second cast time. But I feel that a 6-second cast time for high-level versions of Charm is appropriate because of how powerful Charm is. So having a scaling casting time increasing through tiers, I think makes sense. So lower to mid levels, you kind of get a snappier charm and can make plays more often. But higher level, since you have more tools and stuff, and the mobs are just more powerful, I feel that 6 seconds is appropriate. So it's gonna be 3, 4, 5, and 6 for the non-enchanter, non-bard charm classes, which are meant to be weaker at charm, technically. And there may be other ways we can adjust those classes so their charm is not as, you know? I cracked the code on charm scaling. No, I'm just some guy who, like, typing in stuff, you know? You guys will be able to judge that over time. Got you, Soft. Okay. Zombie Pet now uses zombie drain ability. So I saw this idea from somebody. Kind of just having like a drain for zombies. So I just snapped that up real quick. I'm not sure if I want this long term, but I figured I might as well add it. So it actually is similar to Life Drain, but it's a instant cast that scales 1 to 60. It's like 50% weapon damage plus like small amount of scaling damage. I would guess it's probably kind of weak right now, but at least there's something, right? At least there's something. Like, this was one of these changes that, like, I didn't need to, like... This is like one of the last minute additions that I was like, okay, yeah. Let's get it in. Because it takes 2 seconds. But more thought will be going into the Shadow Knight pets and the Necro pets and everything they use. Strike weapon damage increased from 100% to 110%. So a little buff for Ranger Beastmaster. Is it just Ranger Beastmaster at this point? Spellblade. Spellblade as well. Archer. Added ability. Aimed shot. So... let me get you a description of aimed shots. Fire an aimed shot at your target, dealing 100% level 1 to 150% level 60 weapon damage, plus level 1 to 40 level 60 physical damage, and reduces the incoming healing on that target by 50%. Wait, I thought I did actually implement this. Oh, wait, no, I didn't implement this because it's not possible currently. I thought I maybe changed the mechanic. Hold on, what did I do here? What did I do here? Yeah, so it's not yet implemented. Because we don't support this yet. But when the target is below 20% health, an additional damage roll will be added. So it'll do this twice if it is below 20% health. So, yeah. That is aim shot. Now, the damage numbers on aim shot are probably going to get tweaked. The damage numbers on a lot of these new like melee abilities and tweaks to them are probably going to get tweaked. Yeah. So anyways, does it use another arrow? I think it does. Yeah. It's got to. Yeah, it does. Sorry, guys. Archer's so strong. Me and my girlfriend duo Archer Necro, and it's disgusting. Nice. Can't decide to level a ranger or archer for next playtest. It both seem so fun. Well, hold up. We got some notes coming for ranger. And this might infuriate some of the archer players of the world, so get your pitchforks and torches and everything and start like assembling outside. And well, actually, don't come to my. Yeah, don't come here. That would be bad. But you could start assembling virtually in the chat. You know, start rabbling in the Discord and various. Go on to Reddit and where else? Where else can we talk shit about me? Reddit. Discords of other indie MMOs in development. Our Discord. You know, keep it in the family. FOH for sure, yeah. They've been pretty nice to me there. They haven't been talking shit about me yet. But I welcome it. All right. Bard. No longer have double attack. I was very close to not doing this. And it may actually get reverted. So my problem with bards right now is that, well, they're just really strong, man. Do they need double attack? Like, does it make sense that they have double attack? Maybe it does. I think it may. I think it may make sense, but I think maybe it would be funner to just let them have double attack and nerf some aspects of them. Because is melee bard really the thing that's... Well, that being said, somebody in the alpha did make a melee bard and, like, was crushing. Namdrib, thank you for the tier 1. But is it really melee bard that's breaking the, you know, right? It's like all the other things they can do. And that's... I'm okay with charm kiting. I'm okay with some degree of swarming. Not a lot, like... A little bit of swarming. Not, like, pull 25 mobs to 50 mobs, right? Like, we're not trying to recreate that part of EQ, even though that's... Right? Like, I think some degree of charm kiting and swarming is fine. But, yeah. But yeah, is it really bards in the, you know, just the group bard Chad that is getting hurt by this? Is he really the problem? I don't know that he is. However, there also may be avenues of acquiring double attack as a non-double attack class. But this would come at the cost of an opportunity cost, right? And if they are a double attack class, potentially they could get a higher cap. So Bard should for sure have chain. It would kind of make sense, I think. But the aesthetic of Bard in leather, I think that's like kind of iconic, in my opinion, but I won't get into the armor type right now. But it's gonna be hard to change those. But it's not hard to do it. It's just the idea of leather bard is so ingrained already in the team, in the community, in our art and decisions, right? So it's gameplay wise, it's easy to make that choice. But I don't know. I kind of like bard having leather, right? Like, I don't know that they should be super tanky. I think having it be a little riskier and have them, like, requires a lot more attention from the healer. I kind of think that's more balanced overall, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyways, Beastmaster. No longer have double attack. Pack of the Predator. Re-added ability. Strength bonus changed to agility bonus. Yeah, I was trying to imagine, because I used to play the violin. If I had like chain here or like plate, like pretty sure my instrument would like break or get scratched up, and just I don't know. That being said, the amount of chain classes compared to the amount of leather classes is guess we got to start making some more classes, huh? So, Beastmaster no longer having double attack. This also kind of doesn't sit well with me. Like, I already have regret, you know? But I wanted to see it go through and see what people were thinking about this. But also, the reason why Beastmasters no longer have double attack is because I want their pets to be the focal point of their damage. And their ability to jump into combat and do melee damage, yes, they should be able to do melee damage. They should have a melee kind of ability to hit stuff. But jumping into the fray should also increase what your pets are doing, right? So my idea for Beastmasters is to have a main pet. Your main pet is a Chad. Is a Chad gamer. As you are in melee range and auto attacking, you are proccing the ability to launch swarm pets. So not only do you have your main guy, but you have little swarmy guys. So the damage lost from missing double attack will be gained through pets. But is that fun? Do you want to be, you know, like, I think it might be fun, because if you're focused, you still have to go in melee and do stuff, right? It might kind of make sense. I don't know. Is that in? No, that is on my class design doc that I am working on and I'm trying to implement ASAP. Please don't make swarmy pets lame. How would they, in what way would they be lame? Because I don't want to make them lame either. That is a good thing to not make them lame. Beastmaster in Final Fantasy XI worked that exact way? Really? Oh, shit. Take a look at that later. Pets that appear for a few seconds and vanish is a bit unimmersive. I will give you that. And there has been an ability or two that I think has been added recently that feel unimmersive, and I actually don't like those type of abilities. Somebody suggested to me that fighters should have Call of the Hero, and I was like, how does that make sense, though? Like, I get it, right? They're rallying the troops. There's class fantasy behind that. Like, that's cool. However, how do they do it? Right? Like, does it make sense that you're rallying some guy out, you know, across the zone? Like, picks up his phone. He's like, hey, yeah, I'm going to need you for the raid now. Yeah. All right. Just falls on top of you. Yeah, I don't think that makes sense. So, but a elementalist doing it, like a little summoning magic, right? Magic makes sense, right? But I guess you could say it's like, hey, it's an animal running in from around, right? I don't know. So, I do agree that immersion is important, and like making abilities kind of make sense are important. So I definitely, I can definitely, no, it would not be invisible. It wouldn't be invisible. But so I get where you're coming from with that comment. It keeps me up at night. Actually, it doesn't. When my head hits the pillow, I'm out. Not tonight though. I'd be feeling like I'm having a little cardiac arrest when I'm going to sleep tonight. Thank you, Kirkland. Archer needs a falconer glove. Rather have main pet and a couple small pets rather just a swarm that comes out of nowhere. Like I'd be the leader of a pack of beasts that have a sense of permanence. Yeah, so it wouldn't be like a ton. Like it would kind of feel like that, right? Like, or maybe you just, yeah, maybe it's not swarm pet. Maybe it's main pet plus like 2 minor pets or something, right? And then they just have a sense of permanence. Yeah, that might be the case. I was thinking that it might be cool to like have that be their combat kind of loop, right? But I don't know. It's an idea on paper at the moment. It's not hard confirmed, right? It's, if we play with it and it sucks, then we can get rid of it. Like I don't want anyone to ever feel that classes are like locked in hard at any point. Classes need to continue to evolve in an MMORPG. That being said, that doesn't mean that we're gonna like suddenly start changing the way the game is played crazily, or like changing how a class plays completely, right? Like it makes sense to do that within reason. So don't feel that anything's like gonna be locked in ever, because I literally like I get inspired for a minute and then like some things change and then Can I get an ogre pet that spawns feral gnomes? Well, you may be able to, yeah. We'll have to see on that one, but abilities tied to commanding your pet to act cool. Act could be cool. Something like the intimidation stone for BM hunters. Yeah, yeah. So like kill command, all those types of abilities are like abilities that affect you and your pet. All that stuff is on the table and on the list. In fact, I've been dabbling with some BM Hunter. Yes, I've been dabbling with some BM Hunter. So I'm very in tune with ideas from that area. Falconer Glove could be long cooldown only, or bird only hunts around midday. Could distract target, help with locating specific mob family types. Yeah. Beastmaster should absolutely get a ferret scout pet that can cast or summon to explore places, and a hawk later on. It's just canon. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, there's going to be flavor stuff too. We're just talking about like the core kit, because getting the core kit is important, right? Can you add pet commands like keeping it in an area to help your group while you go sell your items in town or something? Oh, potentially. Yeah, I mean, I think you could. If you do like a stay command, and then if we had an aggressive, but that could also be ripe for abuse, right? But in theory, that would be kind of cool. But yeah. Rexar is 100% why I'm so strongly tied to Beastmaster. Oh yeah, I should take a look at how Rexar Rexar is after my time in HOTS. But Rexar in the Warcraft 3 Beastmaster is technically also after my time. I quit Warcraft 3 before he came out, I'm pretty sure. Well, no, I played Rexar in Rexar campaign. I just didn't play a lot of Frozen Throne. I was mostly a Reign of Chaos guy. And then I moved on to more EverQuest, PlanetSide, stuff like that. But yeah, I know like the Beastmaster in Warcraft 3 had like mana and summoned little swarm pets, right? So it's definitely inspired by that somewhat. It's inspired by obviously the Beast Lord comes to mind. And then, yeah, taking a look at the Final Fantasy XI Beastmaster and also a look at Rexar and Heroes of the Storm. Those are some good inspirations. Go play some HOTS. Play him in that game. You'll be hella inspired. I might actually have to queue up a game tonight as Rexar. I don't know if I could do it on stream though. Otherwise, you guys might start to not like me as much. I'll have a nice friendly conversation with my teammates. I know this is more like WoW, but have abilities like Polymorph and Ice Block been considered? I could imagine them being overpowered being the reason not being added. Oh no, we're definitely, or yes, they are being considered. Stuff like that. Because defensive and offensive cooldowns are being more emphasized than in EverQuest. It definitely has a more WoW feel when it comes to cooldown abilities. Like, you're not limited by, like, these 60-minute disciplines where they all share a single cooldown, right? You have some 60-minute cooldowns, for sure. Like, lay on hands, you know, stuff like that. But you also have some, like, 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute, 3-minute, you know, there's more, you know, 1 minute. There's a lot of cooldowns. There is a lot of cooldowns. Watching Nick rage on HOTS would be glory. Yeah. Good old days. Polymorph is a bit of a scary one, though, and I think in the kind of EverQuest formula, right? Because, well, I guess for griefing potential, certainly. Because of, I'm pretty sure they did this because Mez was just such an abusable thing. Is like, you could Mez something, and then everyone casts a big nuke, and then time the Mez and land it. So you're just like chain Mezzing something and chain killing it. So WoW's improvement on that, I guess, was you make the target regen health very quickly, right? When are you making the mode where I can play as the enemy creatures? That will happen probably during early access, if not after. But I'm hoping, I'm imagining that it's during, right? Because I feel that playing at Project N, playing as an NPC, I feel that is part of the core experience. Like, that is something we promised from, like, very early on. So I would say during early access. Guys, do I rock a giveaway today? I think I should rock a giveaway today. At least one. Like, we're kind of at capacity, I would say. But I would say at least one needs to happen. All right, so we'll do that. Let me pull that up actually. Stream giveaway. Streamer giveaway. Okay. We're not gonna start that just yet, so don't hold your horses. Hi, Nick. Does Eminem use/support DLSS through Unity? Actually, I'm not 100% sure on that, RBBTC. I don't know that it does, but I could be completely wrong on that. Yeah, hold your horses, you know. It hasn't started just yet. We gotta let people have time to like file in, you know. Everybody get comfy, get some snacks, get in your seat. Your metaphorical seat. All right, we got to get back to these patch notes. I'm never going to get to the bottom of the patch notes at this rate. Have the patch notes been posted publicly yet? They've been posted publicly within the alpha section, which is private. So I guess technically this leaking this allows this to be a non-private thing. Think I'm getting Friday Man. Where's my alpha key wedding gift? Send me your wedding registry and like send me some info on that, and we'll see if we can get you an alpha key, or maybe something like a coffee machine or something. Send me some evidence, Tyhex. I'll remarry my wife for an alpha key. What's a good wedding gift? Definitely Eminem alpha. Yeah. You're also getting married on Friday. Wow, that is really convenient. Are you marrying Tyhax? It's crazy. Nick, I'll invite you over for chili, freshly made for an alpha key. I do love chili. Okay, all right. Scroll down on the patch notes. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm not being good at this. Okay, so we covered Beastmaster. Double attack may return. It may not return. But things are coming to fill the void regardless. Agility aura for Beastmaster is weird. Is it though? I don't know that you know enough about our stats to demonstratively prove that it is weird. I could be wrong. I could be very, very wrong though. But I think agility is a desirable stat. I'll just put it that way. Cleric. Added ability line. Healing Light. Let me pull up Healing Light. Shine Healing Light on friendly targets in a frontal cone, healing them for 70 health. And obviously there's multiple tiers of this. Did I enjoy Dawngate? I didn't play Dawngate. I had a friend that was obsessed with Dawngate, though. He's also an Eminem player. You guys know Urho, I'm sure. You've seen him on the Poop Sock list and stuff. Also a HOTS player. But no, I didn't play Dawngate myself. But I heard good things. Did Charisma get addressed? There were some bug fixes with Charisma, I do believe. Clockwork Pocket Watch to set a daily game time alarm. That's a really cool idea for tinkering. Holy crap. That is actually a really cool idea. I'm gonna have to write that one down. Anyways. Does Battlecry count as threat gained due to buffs? I think it does, but I'm not 100% sure. Charisma should be working. There was just some bugs with it. I think it should be more correct now. Are they still a rogue hybrid? I would say that's more of a loose kind of like... It's not that they're a rogue hybrid. It's that they use similar... They're a similar archetype to rogue, right? Like they use like daggers and spears, and they wear leather armor and stuff, and they're kind of like a, you know, like that, right? So I wouldn't necessarily call them... I did in the past call them a rogue hybrid, but I don't know that was really accurate when I said it. But so yeah, you could call me a liar now after that class stream how many years back. Yeah, so you could go back in the VOD mirror. This is going to... Basically, the long story short is that I'm going to be filling the void of double attack with some really cool stuff. But if this ultimately just doesn't feel good long term, or this, then we can always go back. So yeah, added ability line, Healing Light. So clerics have a group heal now that works on a frontal cone system. So there you go. And this is an instant cast ability, by the way. This is instant cast. So if you want to dump your mana pool for a lot of healing, you potentially can. This may change, because I think having an instant cast heal that is no cooldown is kind of like... kind of goes against the sandwichy combat, right? So that might have to change. But currently it is instant cast, no cooldown. That's a lot of AoE healing. Enchanter. Charm cast time changed per tier to 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5. Spoiler, it is now 5. There's going to be a 1 second jump to the last tier. So 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 5. This is already outdated. It does cost a lot of mana, and like I've looked at the efficiency, like you're gonna need to heal multiple people for that to be efficient, for sure. Otherwise, you're better off casting your generic heal line on a single target, right? Do you hit yourself in that cone? You do. You do hit yourself, yes. You always hit yourself with it, no matter what. Are all those increases from what they were before? No, I don't think so. I forgot what they were before, actually. I think they were pretty similar. I think it might be a slight decrease on the high end. Any chance of Spellblades getting spears? I don't have spears? I think spear might make... Nah. Maybe. They're kind of... I don't know. They start with one. That you can't use? Oh, right. Yeah, because they can take, what is it? Deadeye? It's not Deadeye. It's, whatever it's called. Can't even remember stuff that I made the name for. Cutthroat, that's right. Fighter. Rend weapon damage increased from 110% to 125%. I don't think that fighter needed a buff, but I do think that Rend should be a little bit more distinguished from like slam and strike, essentially. So it got a little bit of a buff. Battle Cry is now a group buff. So this was requested. Thank you, whoever requested this. I thought about it at the 11th hour and got it in. Rallying Shout should now work on your group. So this is a group shout cooldown that increases the maximum health of your group by like 25%. This is now working on group. The reason why it wasn't working was that it was set to an AoE, group AoE, but it was like 0 range. So it only hit yourself. Mend. Monk. Mend now also applies a 25% AC buff increase for 30 seconds. I have to take the tooltip for that one. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. So that's just fun. I don't know. It felt fun. Round Kick. Round Kick damage changed from deals damage based on your boot's armor class +1 level 1 to 40 level 60 physical damage to deals damage based on your boot's armor class +1 level 1 to 80 level 60 physical damage. So the damage, additional physical damage got buffed by twice as much. 40 to 80. Round Kick now also has a 20% chance to reset the cooldown of Celestial Strike. So kind of a similar vibe as a lot of stuff now. Celestial Strike. Celestial Strike damage changed from level 1 to 25 level 60 with damage variance. So it was like some amount of damage variance to some amount of damage variance. Plus 100% weapon damage, changed to a flat level 1 to 25 level 60. So there's no more damage variance on this. It's just technically, I'm trying to remember if there. No, there isn't actually. This is just this is just a flat damage increase, and then plus 125% weapon damage. So this bumped up on the weapon damage portion, but it might be kind of a net loss because that variance could go really high before. So I don't know. And then obviously the cooldown increase from 10 seconds to 20 seconds is and being on a separate cooldown now from. Did I forget to mention that? Oh no. I'm bad, guys. Yeah, so these are on separate cooldowns now. So, Round Kick is on a 10-second. Celestial Strike is on a 20-second. Round Kick can cause you to reset your cooldown on Celestial Strike, turning that 20-second cooldown potentially into, like, no seconds, right? Celestial Vitality empowered Celestial Vitality chance increased. So Celestial Vitality is the chance on hit for Celestial Strike to heal you. Empowered Celestial Vitality is the chance on Celestial Strike when using Way of the Water stance to heal your group. And I also updated the tooltip to indicate that Celestial Vitality has an increased chance to proc when you're just using Way of the Water stance, period. There's just a flat increase on it for that. And it adds the chance to proc Empowered Celestial Vitality. So that tooltip has been clarified. I don't think that monks are super popular because there's a lot of good classes. And there's some things that need cleaning up. This is obviously going to be a nice perk for monks, that they don't have to choose between Round Kick and Celestial Strike. They get access to both. Reminds me of the Disciple from Vanguard. Nice. I showed up late. Do monks get any bonuses for choosing not to use weapons? Other than like weight, like not being as big of a factor. Or... I mean, yeah, no, they don't. No, there isn't any like inherent bonus for that. Paladin. Supplication moved to level 2. Restorative Smite moved to level 10. Ability reworked. Now has its own cooldown. So I need to add this right here. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Hold up. Where you at? Where you at? I believe that's the case, yeah. That's Celestial Strike, yeah. So. Anyways. Alright, back to Paladin. Moved to level 10, ability reworked, now has its own cooldown independent of others, which will affect future similar abilities. No longer self-heals Paladin on use. But wait, there's more. Damage increased. Hey, Primus MMO! Thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it, dude. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, raiders. We're just going through the new patch notes for Monsters and Memories. If you're new here, I'm one of the lead designers on Monsters and Memories, and yeah, we're just going through some alpha patch notes that just dropped today, and yeah, feel free to hang out. And yeah, check out Monsters and Memories. We're an indie MMO, classically inspired indie MMO. So if you're into that kind of thing, come hang out with us. Come try our playtests. They're free. All right. Hey, Namdrib, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift community subs. Appreciate that. Stress test before November 1st? You never know. Could be sooner than you think. Yeah, thank you a bunch, Namdrib, and thank you again, Primus. Appreciate you guys. So, Restorative Smite. So we've moved this to level 10. It's its own cooldown. It no longer self-heals to Paladin. The damage is increased from 1 level 1 to 20 level 60 holy damage to 1 level 1 to 20 level 60 physical damage, plus that also doing that damage in holy damage as well. So 20 physical damage, up to 20 holy damage, plus 150% weapon damage. So this is going to chunk a lot harder, way harder than it used to. It also has a new effect. So we said that it no longer self-heals the Paladin on use. However, when you smite an enemy down, scoring the last hit with this ability onto them, you and your group are now healed for the 1 level 1 to 40 level 60 health. And we may tweak the numbers on that too, so that it feels yeah. Hopefully not this weekend. Got to get my initial binge of Fellowship in. Dude, I also have to do that. So, it's going to be a hard one if it does drop this weekend, right? Okay. Also, new effect. If the target is stunned by slam, this ability has a 50% chance to strike twice. Is the thought to replace slam? No, the thought is to make it supplemental to slam now. Dude, I don't know. Like, if it's this weekend, I'm gonna be pretty sad. Also on Sunday, I have to do something with the family. Like, I'm just trying to like get this patch out and then binge Fellowship for a few days. That would be ideal. But if there is a stress test this weekend, that probably means a stream is gonna be in order. Sunday, I have to go somewhere with the family. Like, thankfully, we brought on somebody who's taking care of customer service a bit more. So, what is Fellowship? Fellowship is basically WoW Mythic Plus the game. You just like queue up for dungeons. It's like kind of like a Guild Wars 1 type of deal. Lobby based MMO. The game. Yeah, I'm playing Rhyme, which is the Frost Mage. Where can I get that or play it? It comes out on Thursday. It's $25. Just one time 25 buckaroos. I already got my money's worth out of on the stress test weekend. I binged hard on the on their stress test. Yeah, I like Rhyme. I think I kind of figured out their rotation and stuff. Does Slam have a chance to stun the target? Yes. So Slam now. Oh, it's actually a 50% chance. I believe. So technically, you have to land the slam stun, and then you need to hit the roll on the double restorative smite. Which is, I believe that's 25%, right? To get both those rolls. Yeah, slam should be a 50% chance to, and it has to be a backstab slam. Does double attack on slam stun be 2 seconds? Oh, that's a good question. Can you double? I don't know. There is no double slam. I don't think. Yeah, there's no double slam. Make it a shield attack? Well, that doesn't preclude from having additional things like that. I want there to be abilities that you could swap in the restorative smite bucket that that you can use instead, right? So if you don't like restorative smite, you can instead use one of the other paladin specials. But I just wanted to set up like that initial like cooldown cadence, right? Like you have like a faster cooldown ability, and in Slam, and this is the case for many of the classes now, right? Is you have Slam, a faster one in Slam, and then you have the slower one in Restorative Smite. But Restorative Smite can have its cooldown reset, and there's also like perks associated with it, right? So it makes you think. It might make you hold the ability at certain times, right? It might make you communicate with your group like, oh, I'm gonna go for a slam stun, or like, when you're pulling, right? Like you could technically like placate a mob, and then like you can like slam it from behind, right? And then you're getting nice threat off the stun, and you're stunning it there for a second. And maybe you're even using your restorative smite at the same time to try to get that double hit on the rip, so that you have a lot of nice threat built up at the start. Slam it from behind, chat. Yes. Slam it from behind. That's right. Bro, I'm slamming people as they run from me in PvP? Yeah, I mean, I hope it's not too, like, weird that it's like a 50% chance. Another option could be making it like 100% chance, but so I was worried about like people just chain stunning stuff. There could be diminishing returns on that, even in PvE if we wanted, eventually. But I also was worried about like, yeah, is 1 second too long? We could do like a micro stun, like 0.5, little 0.5er. Slam will always be level 42 shield, 7 second stun to me. Yeah. Maybe higher chance or longer stun if shield is equipped. Conditional based on what item you're using, yeah. But then again, I don't know. 2-man team, Inquisitor stun tag team. Yeah, so if you're on Alpha, can you please try to poke holes into this whole slam thing? I think I saw that people were just getting like the double procs, like regardless. I could have sworn that this was happening, unless it was a messaging chat bug type deal. But I think this might just be firing off regardless if the stun is there. Once EA is released, I'll disappear from society for a while. Yeah. I've disappeared from society while just developing this game, basically. What's up, John? EA is early access for this game, which will be launching in Q1 2026. What's up, Viro? How's it going, bud? Slam also has to succeed the hit roll. Could be a 12.5% chance for the double strike, which is okay. I thought it was 25% when because I googled this. I'm not exactly the smartest guy in the shed or whatever when it comes to like math. Like I know it enough to like do things, right? But probabilities like are just, I don't know. Oh, this, okay, I see what you're saying, Super Nerd Cam. The hit roll as well. Yeah, so it could be lower because of that. I see what you're saying. Good point, and something that I should probably factor in. But that's harder for me to determine, because it's involved with like formulas, and there's also like modifiers. Will the game pre-release early 2026 still? Yeah. Our target is Q1 2026. Should I do that? Should I rock that giveaway soon? I'm thinking about rocking that giveaway real soon. But maybe we finish these notes real quick. 275 viewing? Yeah, I don't know. If you guys could get it up to 300, I'll rock a giveaway for sure. Not that I haven't promised it already. Friday is my birthday. Dude, Friday is everybody's something, right? Getting married, like, it's, their birthday, it's all these, different events are just suddenly everything's happening this Friday. It's cool. No, I believe you. I believe you. I'm not throwing shade at you exactly. I'm just throwing shade at chat in general, they're tricksters for sure. All right, let's get back to these patch notes. And this beautiful Kirkland signature cold brew. Coffee, 100% Colombian, 11 fluid ounces, 325 milliliters of glory and greatness. Thank you, Kirkland. Hashtag not sponsored. That's right, I am not sponsored, but maybe we could change that, I should try to, whoa.
Tavintha just cheered 100 bits.
Has there been any talks about anything beyond the game sub, like early access packages of some sorts? Yeah, there's been talk of not doing that. We're not going to be giving away, we're not going to be doing any kind of purchasable, like, buy-in or, like, packages or anything like that. Like, our philosophy from the beginning has been, we're going to wait until we have something to release, and then we will take your money. And we feel that the early access milestone, the kind of package that we're offering with early access, is a worthy product, right? Like, we're not just saying, like, hey, let's get this thing out as soon as possible so people can pay to test. Ha ha. We think that early access... Hey!
Tavintha just cheered 500 bits.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Glad to answer your question. But yeah, we're not just trying to get it out there and then be like, ha ha ha, you gave us money now. We think that the early access experience is enough to stand alone on its own for at least an indie MMO, right? Like, I think in terms of, I think in terms of, like, content and other things, like, we're doing fairly good in that regard. So, and then our post EA launch plan, we already have, like, are well underway of completing the first update, and we still have a few months, up to, like, 4 or 5 months potentially. I'm not saying it's going to be that long, but up until then to even launch early access. And then there's going to be, like, ideally I would think of probably a few months, and then we launch module 1. If that is not the timing, I apologize profusely, but yeah. All right, I see that we are now over 300 viewers. Not that that mattered, but I was just, trying to egg you guys on. So let me... We're almost to the bottom of the patch notes here. I will... maybe I just fire the giveaway now. Let's just fire the giveaway now, and maybe we do a second one. But let's just... Hold on. Let me just hit start giveaway. So you guys, because I know you guys get antsy. You know, you guys are like, is this happening? Is this not happening? Nick, go full-time stream mode? Yeah, I was thinking of, though, so, like, if I went full-time stream mode, I believe that the game would probably suffer a little bit. But I have been considering, like, just out of curiosity, what it would be like if I streamed every day for a month. And just see what happens. So, oh, here, I didn't even do the thing. Here. Streamer giveaway, guys. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat. Tell everybody to come back. I see that viewer count dropped a little bit. You get them back in here. Come on back. Come on back. My couch looks comfortable to crash on. It's not weird at all. People used to compliment this couch back in the day. It was a focal point of my stream, actually. You could actually see the full couch behind me in frame. It was very popular for some reason. I don't know why. But I'll have you know, there are many a night that I sleep on this couch. Because my kids have taken over my bed. Also, I stay up very late. And I work on this game very late. So it just kind of makes sense. How old are my kids? Are they Eminem fans too? Yes. So my daughter, I've recorded her like playing with me and playing Monsters and Memories together, and essentially, yeah, she loves Monsters and Memories. It's really fun. Like, I wish I could share the video. Like, there's a whole like weird stuff with like, you know, not wanting to like share videos of your kids online, right? So that's kind of a bummer, but I'd love to show you this because she is so cute. Like, but yeah, she loves the game. And yeah, but I'm getting her into Stardew Valley and like trying to teach her how to play that. So that's been a lot of fun. And she's about to turn 3. So it might actually be kind of immoral for me to be teaching her video games at this point. I don't know what it does on your development, and I know it certainly does on your life if you get addicted to video games, for sure. But yeah, I think she likes Stardew Valley now. I think she might be switching teams. And I'm here for it because Stardew Valley is an incredible game and everyone here should play it if they haven't already. It's a great game to play with your spouse and your kids, and just cozy. If you want a cozy game, play Stardew Valley. It's worth every dollar. The amount of content in Stardew Valley is crazy. And Eric Baroni is an idol of mine. Concerned Ape. He was the sole developer of Stardew Valley up until a certain point, right? And eagerly waiting Haunted Chocolatier. Eagerly awaiting. Dreamlight Valley is also a good one. Oh yeah, I definitely think that my daughter would be into that because she's obsessed with Disney stuff. Disney, man, they always get the kids. It's crazy. My dad got me onto EQ when I was 6. I thought it was the most amazing thing, and I still do. Nice, the Ronda. So is Ranger less DPS than Archer, but has Druidish spells? Did I... Oh, whoops. Where did we live off? At Inquisitor? Let's get back to the patch notes real quick while this giveaway is running, guys. Get your giveaway entries in. We'll run it in a few minutes here. And then, after that, we may run another. So, hang tight. Inquisitor. Re-added ability Slam. So, for the longest time, Purifying Blow was the slam of Inquisitor. That is no longer the case. They now have Slam in addition to Purifying Blow. And they now start with Slam instead of Purifying Blow. Purifying Blow. Ability reworked. No longer a replacement for Slam ability. Cooldown increased from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. Damage changed from 1 level 1 to 20 level 60 physical damage. Plus 1 level 1 to 20 level 60 magic damage. Plus 150% weapon damage. So yes, this is gonna be... It's gonna be chunking. And then, now has its own cooldown, which will affect future similar abilities. No longer has a 100% chance to dispel one beneficial buff on hit. New effect. When you use this ability on an enemy that has been afflicted by any ability in the magic break line, there is a 100% chance to dispel one beneficial buff from them. New effect. If the target is stunned by Slam, this ability has a 50% chance to strike twice. There it is. I don't believe... So, Mr. Green, I have to double check. I don't know that they're on the Melee Global cooldown together. Though that may change in the future to make things more similar to the fighter. But I don't believe that Frenzy works like that either. So I have to double check on all that stuff to make sure that's consistent. And that could come up where that's an issue, but I don't know that it's an issue currently. You sound like the guy who narrates the He Who Fights with Monsters audiobook when he is reading UI elements. Yeah. I do kind of have a weird reading voice, don't I? It's like very... It's like I'm reading a book to my kid, you know? I just don't want to sound monotone. Because I definitely can sound monotone if I don't add some... You know? Can we rename it Purifying Slam? Would sound like serious WWE attack from Macho Man Randy Inquisitor. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to go with no because you already have Slam. So Purifying Slam and Slam would be confusing together. But I approve of the reference. You do pretty good, man. Hey, thank you. Why are there so many accounts in this giveaway created today? Yeah, I can redirect the ire from chat that chat is feeling for me to the giveaway bot Andy's instead. That would be great. Yeah, guys, ignore that I'm ruining the game and your favorite class. Direct all of your ire to the people that are making accounts to maybe get a 2 in 324 chance. Sorry, 2 in 228 chance to, you know. Whose favorite class am I ruining today? Notes look solid. So it sounds like Beastmaster, Bard, Pet classes, Charm classes. If you're any of those, you're mad. If you're not one of those, if you're fighter, your fighter stonks are going up, monk stonks are going up. Cleric stonks up, technically way up. This could be crazy. Like, I think this is a strong ability. Beastmasters and Bards, yeah, are super mad. Archers stonks up. but may be kind of mad when they see the Ranger patch notes. Let's see. Who else is mad? Who's happy? I think all the knights should be happy. Paladin, Inquisitor, Shadow Knight. Ranger is happy. Rogue is happy because they're still good and they haven't been nerfed. Spellblade is mad because their single note is like just a small nerf to something that doesn't even matter because this just gets refreshed. Enchanters are mad. Enchanters are mad. Not the class enchanter, but the trade skill enchanters. They're mad. Survivalist Andes that like to make campfires and stuff and maintain their campfires, their stonks are up. Okay. Ranger. Removed ability, Pack of the Predator. Added ability, True Strike Aura. Let's pull up a little True Strike Aura description for you. Heightens the senses, making attacks from your group more effective by increasing their archery, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing skills by 5. And dexterity by 1, level 1, to 15, level 60. This ability persists until canceled. Okay. Whistling Shot. Fire a whistling shot at your target, dealing 90% weapon damage, plus 1 level 1 to 20 level 60 physical damage. And increasing threat with them by 25 level 1 to 250 level 60. So this is half of the old Provoke, 50% of Provoke. Which is now on pets, by the way. Again, instead of taunt. This ability shares a cooldown with other might abilities, so Strike. So you can only use this or Strike currently. Astonarian! I'm sorry, I always butcher your name. Thank you so much for the 6 tier 1 gifties. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. And yeah, congrats to everybody. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Alright, so that's Whistling Shot. Added Special Ranger Arrows line. Fire arrows, ice arrows, nature arrows, and lightning arrows. And camouflage moved to level 15. So let's briefly cover this stuff. Fire arrows, ice arrows, nature arrows, lightning arrows. So fire arrows. All right, hey, hold on. Do we run it real quick and then say we're going to do another giveaway in a sec? Or do we just keep people here? I think we run it. I think we run it. The Ogre! Congratulations! I know you're a real person. The Ogre. He's real, guys. He didn't make his account today. All right. Congrats. The Ogre. What a guy. What a name. You will be remembered in the echelons of people who won Alpha Keys. Nick, you know the best buff you could give to clerics? Ranger Beastmaster should get Sao at the same cadence as priest classes. Druid Shaman have a ton without having a monopoly on the best buff in the game. Maybe, but I do kind of like that it is a kind of like an aspirational thing for the hybrids. I hear what you're saying though. Like in theory, like that is quality of life, but I don't know that it's the play, right? I think Druid and Shaman need to shine for a while, and then when Ranger Beastmaster get it, then it just feels awesome, right? But I hear you. Uh-oh. Gotta plug in the old headphones, guys. Alright. So, guys, stick around. There's gonna be one more key giveaway. Just one more. Just one more. Make Druid shine more. Let us dispel sandstorms. Hey, who says I'm not gonna allow for that, you know? Any plans for other classes having a second pet? Maybe temporarily, or like maybe with certain abilities, but Beastmaster is the first one slated for anything like that. We'll see where we land with Beastmaster, and then if other classes could get it under various circumstances. Has the 100% sandstorm uptime been added to all zones Quados is in yet? Yeah. Thanks, Crazy Mike. No, Brief Lab. This next contest, man, it's gonna be. Or sorry, I don't know if you're a man, but the next one is gonna be you. Trust me. Nick, has there been thoughts about a priest/friar class, a cloth-based, non-buff-based, pure magic healer, instead of revamping clerics with some offensive like curses and hexes? Yeah, there has been. I can say there is a almost certainty that it might not. It might even be the first class we add is some kind of cloth healer. Now, will it be a priest or friar? Will it be, you know, the one that everybody wants? It could be that. It could be something else. Like I'm trying to figure it out, you know. But when there's more information to share on that, then I'll share. All right. So let's go over these Ranger special arrow lines. So these are stances, by the way. These are actually, like, you control them like a stance, essentially. They appear on the stance bar. This doesn't affect Pack of the Predator. You can have Pack of the Predator, or sorry, True Strike Aura. You can have True Strike Aura active with at least one of the arrows. So fire arrows. Use fire arrows, dealing an extra 1 level 1 to 7 level 60 fire damage per each ranged attack. Additionally, has a chance on hit to make your Flame Burst line and Burning Embers line instant cast for a time. So, you do extra damage on each hit, plus you have a chance to proc, allowing any of the nukes in your Flame Burst line or Burning Embers line to be instant cast for a time. So you could be playing at range as a ranger, shooting fire arrows at your target. And then, Oh, I want to apply my my AC debuff plus dot, and I don't want to interrupt my damage. Press button, and it's just insta cast. Archers are mad right now, or crying right now. Yeah, they could be potentially mad. Yeah, but that depends though, because we can make archers giga pumpers with like all kinds of cool stuff, right? Like they're gonna get more toys. They're gonna get more stuff. Does Archer get a gun to compensate? Yeah, basically. Without actually giving them a gun, yes, they will have a gun, basically. Okay. So that's fire arrows. We should go to database. Ice arrows. Use ice arrows, dealing an extra 1 level 1 to 7 level 60 cold damage per each ranged attack. Additionally, each hit slows the melee and ranged attack speed of your target by 1%, stacking up to 25 times. The slowing effect is considered a secondary slow, so it stacks with the primary slows, but doesn't stack with the rogue, spellblade, and who else? Maybe I don't know. Whoever gets secondary slows. There you have it. Oh yeah. Nature arrows. Use nature arrows, dealing an extra 1 level 1 to 7 level 60 magic damage per each ranged attack. Additionally, has a chance on hit to make your root and snare spells instant cast for 10 seconds. Archer could have more realistic stuff than rather than magical. Yeah, that's the plan. So yeah, that's nature arrows. Lightning arrows. Use lightning arrows, dealing an extra 1 level 1 to 7 level 60 electricity damage per each ranged attack. Additionally, each hit has a chance to stun the target for 0.5 seconds. Ali, you said you made a character many years ago that said Nick hates Rangers. Where are you now? Just saying. I love Rangers. I love them so much that I ended their suffering with death touches. You guys have seen the death touch thing, right? Like, hold on a second. If you guys haven't seen this, this is my proudest moment. This isn't new, and it certainly doesn't work completely correct yet. But I showed this on another stream, but just in case you guys missed this is just a fun one, right? Death's Demise. Invoke your innate ability to resist corruption, completely absorbing a single death touch and harnessing its power to increase all damage dealt by 100% for 15 seconds. It's a cooldown. It's a cooldown based ability. People think I hate the Ranger? Come on, man. I love the Ranger. Aragorn's probably my favorite fantasy character as well. He's just the man. You know? It'll work on Death Touch, any Death Touch. However, if a mob is spamming Death Touch, then you're not doing the encounter the way that it's supposed to be done, right? You'll just use true Death Touch to circumvent this? Dang it. I'm looking at some other things we could do with Illuminating Shot the Rondo, but I think Fighter offering some AC debuff and Ranger and Druid offering some AC debuff. I think that is probably pretty much plenty. Did you know that on PvP that Illuminating Shot causes pets to attack who did it, but doesn't give aggro to Ranger around guards? Interesting. I did not know that. That's because I use a hacky feature of adding one threat to Illuminating Shot instead of it just generating threat normally. Sorry. Secret bandage fix reveal. Would you say Ranger is mostly a ranged class now? Seems it will be better than going melee. You're definitely going to want to consider it for sure, but there is going to be hopefully some cool stuff for melee rangers as well. All right. So we've covered Ranger. Rogue uppercut damage component removed. It did 1 damage for some reason. I forgot why. But now this will be... So using... uppercut is a stun, right? Hit your target with a swift uppercut. Stunning them for 3 seconds. Yeah, so now you can overlap a mez with this without breaking the mez. So this is actually a buff. Because the damage is 1 damage anyways. Maybe I had done that to, like, prevent this. But I'm pretty sure I just did it because it felt weird that uppercutting someone didn't actually do damage to them. But I think it makes... I think it's fine. Shadow Knight. Added ability. Grip of Shadow. You know it. You love it. Reach into the shadows and grip your target, pulling them towards you. This ability also acts as a taunt and an interrupt. Shadow Knights needed more. Wow. What a class. What a class. So I won't... Oh, actually, yeah. I will get into it. Shadow Strike. Unleash a Shadow Strike upon your target, dealing 175%. This is better than Purifying Blow and Restorative Smite, by the way. Shadow Knight, their whole thing is they're the knight that does the most damage. So, dealing 175% weapon damage, plus 1 level 1 to 20 level 60 physical damage, and 1 level 1 to 40 level 60 corruption damage. So not only is it increasing the weapon damage modifier, but it's also doubling the magic portion from 20 to 40. So this is gonna be a chunky hit. It is on a 20-second cooldown, same as the others, but it currently doesn't have a unique trait to it. That may change. This ability has a 50% chance to roll. I mean, I guess the unique trait is the more damage, but maybe it would be cool if it also had like an effect, right? This ability has a 50% chance to roll a second time when used on a target and is inflicted by slam stun. No, fighter is not rip. Fighter is in a good place, I think, and will probably is gonna add. Fighter is gonna get so much more that you're just gonna be like, oh wow, Shadow Knights are mad now. So don't you worry, fighters. You're getting buffs in this patch. Fighter has gotten buffs in this patch. Keep in mind, this is their 10-second. Their 20-second is Frenzy. And Frenzy, maybe, you never know. You're going to see some buffs. You might see an alternative to Frenzy. When do Inquisitors get love and make Fighter mad again? There's more coming for Inquisitors. I have a really, really cool mechanic for Inquisitors coming. I don't know how... It's going to be useful in PvE, but I think it's going to be really fun in PvP. Like... Oh, man. Yeah. So, I did get my class document to Chip Zillith, who is going to be taking a look at that, making some comments. But he's going to be the main guy working on abilities. And so I got that to him. And then also going to be sharing it with the team soon as well. And may have a chance to share it with the community. But I want to get it into a state that's a lot better. Like, so I may or may not share it. I'll probably will eventually. But it's also kind of fun to, you know, if I share that, then there won't be any like opportunity to do these types of streams. So maybe I don't share it. Maybe I just, you know, you guys on the edge of your seats. Did you miss any Ranger notes? Yes, you missed a lot of Ranger notes. You're gonna have to go back on the VOD. But yeah, here are the notes. We went through all the new abilities, what they do and stuff. So they have... we replaced Pack with True Strike Aura. We added Whistling Shot, and we added new stances in the form of Fire, Ice, Nature, and Lightning Arrows. And then but yeah, definitely check out the Ranger section. Yes, the arrow type are stances, essentially. Because it would suck to, like, have 4 of these on your bar, right? So it just makes sense as a stance. Alright, so Shadow Knights got a nice little buff as well. Spellblade, chilling embrace line effect duration decreased from 60 seconds to 30 seconds. This shouldn't matter. This is mostly just a consistency change. Because when you apply this, it's a stacking debuff, and it gets reset. The duration gets reset. This just means if you are swapping between infusions, then you're going to have to swap every 30 seconds instead of every 60 seconds, I guess. No changes to wizards? Not yet. So wizards are one that I'm still figuring out what they're gonna be. A lot of the other classes have their designs kind of fleshed out a bit more. Wizard still, I have a lot of ideas for them, but it's a matter of getting them into the document, going over community ideas, trying to see if I can integrate any of those. So that's why I'm skeptical to release anything even to the team yet, because I don't want anyone to think like, oh, I made this idea and now it's not part of the design. I guess I just, I guess I'll just go feel bad. That's not the objective, nor is it the like intent, because I still have to go over community feedback, team feedback, and then my own thoughts, and then integrate it into this one document, right? And there's a lot of ideas spread around a bunch of different documents, different places. So I don't want to like show that to anybody and be like, hey, we're not doing the thing you suggested, because we may still be doing that. But I wanted to get it to Zillith because he is going to be implementing a brunt of the class changes. So him getting kind of a feel for what is to come and having a list of, stuff to work on is critical, even if that list is still a living, breathing, growing thing, right? My worry is that wizards just become focused AoE groups. Yeah, no, I don't think that would be their only thing. More fun non-combat stuff for wizard? Yeah. I think a lot of classes need that. A lot of classes do. Oh, by the way, community too. If your DM isn't here, that means I've clicked on it. I have not and I haven't responded to you. That doesn't mean that I hate you or wish any ill will towards you. I literally just cannot keep up with the DMs. And other than an alpha key here or there that I do a giveaway on, we're not really adding people to the alpha. Now, when beta comes along, that's going to be a different story, because we're going to be adding a lot of people. So please don't feel ignored. Don't feel sad. Like, I am just trying to maintain my ability to continue doing work and my sanity. So I may have left some of you on red. Cheers to the people left on red. It's okay. It happens. I've been left on red more times than I care to admit. But it doesn't feel good, does it? Like, so I plan on going back and messaging some, maybe all of you, but that will come at a later date. And it'll probably be a, yeah, sure, or you'll continue being left on red. Sorry. But we'll see. We'll see. Speaking of giveaways, I think I think I pressed the button now, right? Like, we press the button? Let me... We pressed the button. We pressed the button. Make sure you send it twice. I don't know what's going on. It's kind of weird. By the way, thank you for this, Viro. This thing has been... This has been a godsend. Let me add the ogre right now so he can get on into the ongoing. Uh-oh. Is Alpha still down? Is Alpha just down? Hold up. Hold up. No, it's not down. Something's wrong with our metric, like tracking, I think. Why can't I see? I'm trying to look at Grafana and see the numbers. Refresh? Something must have changed because it's just 0 players. That's not right. There's usually like 150 on at this time of night. 100 to 150 these days. Which is kind of the ideal number for alpha, I feel. At least for our alpha. We wouldn't page Swanee, I don't think. Maybe we would. Here, we could page him and Callum. Which channel to use, though? There's so many channels. Tooling? Tooling, maybe? I don't know if that... It's not really tooling. But, Swanee, Callum. Hey, is Grafana not showing the numbers? I see 0. Where's Grafana? I don't think it's user error, but could also be user error. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not user error. I'm getting better at Grafana. I know like the 3 buttons I need to press, so. Okay. Trade skills. Enchanting. Pruned several enchants from various slots. So you cannot just enchant every single piece of gear you have now and give it strength. Sorry, that's out. There's about typically 4 things you can enchant on an item. Some item, or sorry, not, oh yeah. There's about 4 things you can enchant on most items. Certain items you can enchant a lot more, but are usually resist. And then for each stat, there's about 3 to 5. It's typically 4, but there's some that are 3 and 1 that is 5, I think. So each slot or each stat has about 4 items that you can put it on. Now, if this needs to be tweaked, it can easily be tweaked. I want to get feedback on this. Yeah, earring is only 2. Well, jewel crafting is really good, so that was factored in a little bit. But to be honest, like, it might be something that we adjust. If we need to add some more, like, I don't know. It made sense to me when I was doing it, but I don't claim to be the smartest person in the world, so. It felt decently fair. Yeah, Cataphract. You're gonna have to go through the VOD. We got past Paladin and pretty much. Could we get a copy pasta of these into a Google Docs sheet? Can somebody just... I mean, yeah, you can. I probably should release these now, huh? No, I'm not gonna make you come the VOD. I could just release them. Yeah, that's fine. After the stream, though. Gotta milk this for as long as I can, you know what I'm saying? Alright. Patch 0.20.18.2. Repair, as it has been rebuilt. Fixes water in the wrong places in Night Harbor and Shaded Dunes. Yeah, we kind of had a little Moses effect going on. Causing some issues. So Crest 5 will not be present. But we are working on it. We're working with Crest 5 now. Fixes performance in Night Harbor and Shaded Dunes. Convenient. It's Weird, huh? Crest 5, performance issues potentially. Well, it's probably just because it's probably on us. Probably not on Crest, to my understanding. Or to my belief. Fixes being unable to cast AoE abilities. Oh, that's a good one. Patch 0.20.18.3. Fixes issue preventing Feign Death characters from taking fall damage. Rip fall damage, or rip Feign Death classes from preventing fall damage, sorry. Fix buffs from being cleared on reloads. So when I inevitably screw something up with the patch, and I reload all the zones, your buffs won't go away anymore. Add skeletons to customizable illusion races. So I think skeletons were like not being able to be customized, so they were appearing as like no texture or something. Fix pets teleporting to seemingly random places. So yeah, when your pet would follow you, it'd be like warping around sometimes. So that's been fixed. Let us know about that one, because that's real. That was coming in real hot. Oh shoot! You guys can't see this now. Oh. Sorry, VOD users. You know, hopefully this is all. Anyways, that wasn't there the whole time, I don't think, but it was there for a while. All right. That is the patch notes for today, October 13th, 2025. The Monsters and Memories Alpha. Covering patches 0.20.18.0 through 0.20.18.3. What do you guys think? Are you mad? Are you happy? Are you cautiously optimistic? Are you cautiously pessimistic? Are you... Do you even... Sad Wizard? Yeah. Can't play, so we really don't know? Well, one of you is about to be able to play. One of you. One of you on one of your alt accounts, probably, is about to be able to play. Do we run it? I think we run it. I think in 15 seconds I'm going to run it. So get your last entries in. Let us get rid of display capture for now. That sweet, sweet game capture. Look at that. All right. We're picking winners. Scabby Bob. Scabby Bob. Congrats. Whisper me your M&M account, email, and Discord. And let me get the Ogre. The Ogre. Where you at, bud? Gotta get you in here. A second. All right, I got you. Counts. I'm so glad I don't have to pull up the DB for this anymore. It's great. Okay. The Ogre has account access. Let's get him Discord access. Done and done. Then Scabby Bob, man, you're gonna have to send me your That's right, Flourishing. I did. He got himself a key. He He won the race twice in life. Hi, Scabby Bob. Hold on. And when I say race, I don't mean giveaway. That's not what I meant. Okay. By the way, just so you know, people that have won the contest are now on the giveaway exclusion list. But this happened after a certain point, so there may be... I retroactively add people who won. I don't know. Maybe. I never really had that disclaimer before, but maybe it just makes sense to do it. Well, damn. What do we do now? What to do now? Maybe we could see what pressing bugs are happening. I've been working to hotfix a number of the bugs that you've been finding in alpha, so... Oh, okay. So let's do a little bit of dev. Whoa, what the? Hold on. What's going on here? Found this weird text in the database. Okay, let me pull this up real quick. Do a quick couple bug fixes. I think we're good to show this now. So let's get rid of this giveaway thing. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Anyways. So the new healing light line for clerics. I incorrectly set their values. So let me pull up my secret ability balance spreadsheet. Go to the healing section. By the way, if you guys have any questions about any of the patch notes or class changes, feel free to hit me. We do a little Q&A segment now while I fix a couple devs. Sorry, fix a couple bugs. Is Druid Unity spell intended to go through walls? Currently, yes. Any concern about hotbar bloat for Paladin and Inquisitor with 2 melee skills now? That's always a concern, but I'm definitely going to be monitoring it. I also am monitoring it to ensure that you can indeed eat a sandwich while playing. And then occasionally have to put down your sandwich. Any mana regen changes? No. Though there may be a case where we adjust regeneration rates at some point. Can you shed some light on coming balance? There's a huge thread about it at the moment, and many folks want some drastic changes. Trash armor weapon drops are the main concern. Already noted on that one. We're definitely going to be adjusting those. But you also say crafting stuff is also a problem in that it seems to trivialize so much cool stuff that drops from named. For example, I was excited I used to be excited about the sword from Wormsbane, but I can easily get better than that, even being high level to camp the sword. Yeah, so a lot of the basic drops are being nerfed, and they're also going to become more expensive, so you can't just buy them unless you want to pay overpay for them. So yeah, we know about that one. We got plans for it. Ain't not fixing devs. I need to fix myself, man. Starting with this cold brew addiction that I have. It's messed up. Don't balance it too much. Yeah, I hear you. Maybe not do mana regen, but something along the lines of cast heal. Next 10 seconds, all melee hits regain a portion of mana. Oh, by the way, did I get a whisper from Scabby Bob? Scabby Bob. Good night, Canadian Canes. Any peek into what you're looking at for druids? Definitely. So without giving specifics, definitely a group heal. That's definitely one of the highlights. Is a group heal. And there is some other stuff, but are AoE supposed to ignore LOS? Had Unity go through walls and cause issues? No, they're not. Not that I know of, but I know that you can cast certain spells without LOS. And there are some limited AoEs, very limited AoEs, mostly mob-specific AoEs that can go through walls. But in general, there is a desire to maintain LOS blocks AoEs, right? Because it just makes sense. But there are some special cases. If your Unity target is on the side of the wall, say the AIP camp and Talakir, it can crit fail the mobs on the other side of the wall behind AIP. Nick, could you make it so when you inspect a buff someone else gave you, a detailed window comes up, not just a window with the name of the spell? That's a good one for the UI tasks list. But the problem with that one, though, is there's going to be certain buffs that you get that we don't want to show the description. Now, of course, we could just not give those buffs descriptions, but that would require vetting. Just pile it on. Oh no, Encrypt's here. Yeah, Encrypt, do you see I just I just put chat messages now in the list. So I'm going to reorganize this task list for and I'm going to make priorities. And then some of these are going to go definitely to low/minor, but yeah. This definitely needs to be a little cleaned up. There's a lot of things. Night, Brief Lab. Sorry that you didn't win and you stayed up late. I hope you didn't mess up your sleep schedule, and I wish for only good things for you in life. How would you feel about a take aim ability for the archer, using it as entering a stance, and the longer you're in it with the same mob targeted, the next ability you use has a scaling chance for greater power or effect? Just really curious about where this class is going to go. It sounds like a cool ability in theory. My concern would be with something like that is like it locks you into, you know, doing something that you might not want to do, right? But I guess that might make sense too. So, can we get time left for our buffs debuffs we've applied when we con a target with sense magic? I think I have that on the list. Any res for Shaman Druid, possibly, even if lesser percent. So one thing that I'm considering doing is giving Shamans wipe protection. So they're not going to get res. Druids are going to get animal res. So like your horse, your mount, your pack animals, stuff like that. You're going to be able to res. A druid will be able to res your animals, right? Shamans aren't going to have res, but they will have wipe protection. So think like divine intervention from WoW. I think that's what the shaman one is going to be, and it's going to be themed for shamans. So no, it's not going to be like Ankh. It's going to be more like divine intervention, where you like make a target. Like you're gonna want to cast it on a cleric or paladin, right? Or somebody that has some kind of, or maybe somebody that has some kind of res, right? So cleric paladin essentially, and then you're still gonna die, but you save a cleric or paladin, and then they're able to res. Um, we could put a confirmation box on that. But yes, I used to do that myself. I used to troll people at DI occasionally. It was fun. I was in a serious guild too. But we could put a confirmation box on it, maybe. What guild? Um, so that was Conquest of EverQuest fame. But I played Burning Crusade, Sunwell through Trial of the Crusader with them in Wrath. I was the one of the two healing paladins, and then I was also when it came to fights where we needed a prop paladin, I would be the prop paladin guy. So I got all the prop paladin gear was defaulted to me. Felt great. They used to pay for my respecs and everything because I used to be very, very poor in WoW. I was not the farming type of guy, and wasn't swiping my credit card at that point. So getting those 50 gold respecs. Because I had, so on Sunwell, I remember I did Caligos Brutalis as healer, Felmist as prot. So that would be respect number 1. Then I would do Eridar Twins as holy. So that's respect number 2. Then I would do Muru and Kill Jaden as prot. So that was 150 gold per raid just in respecs. Sunwell through trial had some of the worst raids. Sunwell was the first hard raid. Like, I mean, obviously by today's standard, it's not hard, but Sunwell was I mean, I won't even say it's necessarily the first hard raid, but it was like the first it was the first hard, like super hard encounter. Like Muru and Kill Jaden were brutal at the time. Obviously nowadays easy, but at the time it was very hard. And then Wrath of the Lich King, yeah, Naxxramas level 80 Nax. That one just was that was a big miss in my book, but it made sense because 99% of the people didn't experience level 60 Nax. So it kind of made sense. But yeah. And then the whole immortal and undying achievements were pretty cool. And then Alduar came out, and Alduar was a banger. Let's be honest, Alduar was a banger, and it was challenging with the hard modes. So I think Sunwell and Alduar were great. But yeah, Trial of the Crusader and Naxxramas. Lots of people talking about steel mithril weapons. Was this addressed? Yeah, so all that stuff is getting nerfed and won't be as easy to buy as well off merchants. It'll be more costly. So there will be less incentive to buy it. A very not good item, you know? You miss it all? Yeah, of course. I have like major nostalgia. Like, I kind of wish I kept playing, but part of me doesn't because I would have never gotten into like competitive slash pro gaming and streaming if I didn't quit WoW. But hey, I might have been a WoW streamer because I was streaming WoW before Twitch was even a thing. It was like Mogulus or whatever. There was a few of us from Conquest streaming actually, because the guild leader of Conquest was really he's like a video production guy, so he was like super into it early on, and a number of us were streaming already. Um, but then Conquest broke up, and then it wasn't as fun anymore. And I was thinking I was trialing for another guild that was like really up there, right? One of the top US guilds, I think Exodus it was. And I actually knew someone from that guild from my EQ server, funny enough. Um, but I just kind of flaked out on them. I ghosted them, and I quit WoW. That's pretty much what happened. I was like, yeah, no, later. So if anyone's from Exodus out there, I apologize. It's Legend? No, It's Legend stepped down as guild leader of Conquest after Vanilla. I think maybe after AQ40. Trying to remember exactly when he quit. But Zav, Z-I-V, Zav, not the XAV Zav that some of you may know of, but Zavi was the leader of Conquest after that. But I did know It's Legend. We played, me, Zav, and It's Legend played Warhammer together on release. I think we were like maybe the second group to max level on Skull Throne. I'm trying to remember. We were definitely like in second place, though. I remember that. You might have ended up as Nick Gold instead of Nick Hotz. It might have been like Nick Wow or something, you know? How did our how did your guild break up? So Zav quit basically because I think his work was going to be ramping up, so he wasn't going to have time to raid. I think Wrath of the Lich King and like the direction the game was going and the kind of different like things that needed to be done with the guild, I think that probably played into it a bit. Like, um, but yeah, he was the glue of the guild, right? Like, without him, there wasn't going to be Conquest. Now, there was a a good solid core of players in there, but they didn't stick around. So, um, I think one of them eventually joined Liquid for a while, or not. They weren't in Liquid; they were in Limit, and then kind of dropped. I think they may have dropped out around the time they started streaming Race for World First and stuff, and it started ramping up. But you never know. I could have maybe it made it to the upper echelons of the rating scene, and we were like top 20 to top 50 US. I think Could have been a lot better, for sure. What's it called? Because Conquest had those initial string of world firsts in Molten Core, but that was pretty much it. Then they got suspended by whoever suspended them, Fuhrer or Tigoli or somebody. Tickle. I think they got every world first except for Lucifron and Ragnaros. Was it Conquest who put out the OG MC guide? I forget. Yeah, it was because they were under scrutiny for their tactics in Molten Core. So they put out their rating guide, which, funnily enough, included healing chains in classic WoW. They brought over healing chains. Pretty silly if you think about it nowadays, right? But will you guys cap server population for M&M? Undecided. Cataclysm was when I started falling out of love with WoW. Yeah. I started falling out of love with WoW in Wrath of the Lich King because suddenly a lot of stuff felt really gamey. They kind of killed mana, started killing mana. They started doing the whole like Nax Ramus. Like Nax Ramus was such a miss for us. Like that one hurt, I think. But we were, obviously in the kind of 1%, right? So it didn't. We weren't the target audience. I think nowadays, if you're a like super sweat MMO sweat, I think WoW retail is still decent enough of a game. But I think that time between Wrath and where they got into in a good place now is kind of the problem, right? TBC ruined it for me when they went hard with daily quests and catch up mechanics, like the Badge of Justice system. Yeah. So I like TPC a lot, but I didn't like the linear dungeon design, and I didn't like um yeah. I mean, like Badge of Justice, like the only thing that was nice about that though is it made you do like the 5 mans. But yeah, I hate currencies like that. And also, yeah, daily quests. Yeah, I remember doing the Sunwell daily, the 2 little quests that you do just to get that gold, and I was like, yeah, I'm pretty poor. I should probably do these. But yeah, it felt like chores. Let me add Scabby Bob to the alpha. Oh, send me your info, bud. Any floating combat text in game yet? No. Well, when I say killing mana, I mean like it didn't matter, right? Mana it matters a lot when there's not a lot of regen. But it was starting to become like a useless resource, right? And they were kind of moving towards having more combo point generators and stuff, which they did in Cataclysm, like Holy Power, stuff like that. But Wrath of the Lich King is where they added like the replenishment buff, right? So Shadow Priests were the class in Burning Crusade that gave you a ton of mana for bringing them. But then it became like a raid wide buff that multiple classes were getting, and then mana started becoming like not as important as long as you have replenishment. So that was kind of the start of that. And now where they've gotten with their modern class design, I think it makes sense for that type of gameplay. But when you're kind of at the beginning of this timeline, like you're questioning it, right? Because resource being important was, you know, kind of a thing, right? Yeah, Cataphract. I'll be looking at the numbers on that stuff. Probably also the Monk Heal as well. Shadow Priest for mana batteries, yeah. Ret Pallies and Frost Mages, yeah. Anyways, let me quickly fix the healing light line. Wow, there's some old stuff in here. So let me isolate this, this, this. Whoops. Whoops. Actually, let me double check that the tooltips are even correct on some of this stuff, right? Okay, they are. So let's just get the correct values in real quick. What's up, Dragon? How's it going, buddy? Hope you're doing well today, man. We just went over the patch notes and we're catching up on some bug fixes real quick. So, Healing Light is supposed to be the 70. Gleam is tier 2 and is meant to be 325. Brilliance is 600. Then Healing Radiance is meant to be 950. Do I hotfix this? Maybe. We'll see. I'll probably do that after. Oh, you know what's I'm overdue for? Hold on a second. Update alpha real quick. What's up, Tormentor? That's the thing I love about classic MMOs. It's not just doing the big dam, it's about resource management and CC too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that's kind of the hard part I have about going back to classic is you don't play classic how you used to, you know? There's a lot more AoE in classic than I remember. Because I remember like crawling through Blackrock Spire and like being like, oh crap, we gotta crowd control this with trap and crowd you poly this, you trap this. And like it felt more kind of like an EQ experience in a way. But people didn't realize that they just had the throughput to handle everything, right? So you could just pull like 3 packs and just heal through it and AoE damage through it. So I wonder with Classic Plus if they go back to that kind of like CC kind of setup, or is it just going to be like Classic with a retail spin? Is it going to, what is it going to be? I personally hope they make the mobs harder, do more damage, and like do a lot more damage. So you require CC a bit. But I don't know, it's hard because like the whole AoE thing is just like there is such a like dopamine hit from like pressing AoE buttons in WoW, so I don't know, man. It's tough. Cobalt nodes and adamantium nodes, will they be in for the November test? So Cobalt and adamantium tier 6 and tier 7 of the basic armor and weapons are kind of being they're kind of being phased out technically. They're not meant to be part of the main progression scheme anymore. However, they may appear in certain high-end places in the world so that you can access those recipes and stuff. But in general, they're not meant to be found in the main overworld. That might be kind of like expedition content and like very like, high-end content stuff, right? The decision was made because people on the team were like, "Yeah, no, guys, that's just," when I say guys, I mean, "Yeah, no, Nick. That's just too many tiers, you know?" So I understand where they're coming from. So we kind of axed some of those, but with the possibility of including them in certain content. So for the November test, probably not. For early access launch in certain areas, you may see them pop up. Tormentor 75, thank you for the tier 1. For 6 months in advance. Hey, you have a lot of faith. Thank you, Tormentor. That's so nice of you. Thank you for supporting the stream and the game, man. Appreciate that a lot. It's very nice of you. The music went away. Let's get that back. Let's get that back. I don't even know it. I don't even think they know how to make Classic Plus. Well, that's a tough one, right? Because everybody's idea of Classic Plus is different, and I think there's possibilities of making Classic Plus, and then I also think there's possibility of having kind of like a Classic Plus Plus. If that makes sense. So I don't know if you guys seen like the Ascension WoW emulator thing. That feels to me like Classic Plus Plus, right? More of a retail kind of vibe, more of a like, it's the classic content, but all this. Tormentor 75. Thank you so much for the 20 gift subs. That is incredibly, incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. I'm glad that you're enjoying the game, hopefully. And you're probably not a bard or beastmaster, right? Just out of curiosity, Tormentor, what class are you? But thank you so much. That is incredibly generous of you. You're a bard. Okay, yep. All right, guys. Gonna roll back that double attack change. You know what I'm saying? SK, Necro, Bard, and Druid. Wow, you play a lot of good classes. Congratulations on picking the right classes. And thank you so much again. Now, I don't want to mislead you guys and think that there's some kind of incentive for subbing. Nothing consciously, at least. Subconsciously, I don't know. I don't know what my subconscious does. I can't be responsible for it, right? Loving my druid. Do you wish nature's respite would be tweaked a bit, though? Do tell, Javastine. Do tell. Was double attack removed from bards? Yes. Alright, hold on a second, guys. Did Ranger see any damage increase with the new stances? Yes. They get damage per hit on every hit, so technically, yes. RBBTC, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Oh, whoa. Oh, I think I might have just spoiled something. Whoops. By stances, do you mean the arrow stuff? Yes. So it just made sense to make those an activatable on the stance bar because like, just having all those on your ability bar would be annoying and kind of awkward, right? But that doesn't preclude the possibility of them getting a melee stance or something. Or just more melee abilities. Because they have their ranged aspect, but they need their melee aspect as well, right? So when you want to go like full Aragorn and like take on like a million orcs. Yeah. Well, you don't have to melee, but it definitely, or sorry, you don't have to use the range stuff, but it certainly is pretty strong. And you're kind of missing out by not using it. But maybe there's some way we can offset that. And if need be, you know, we can make Rangers mad and like nerf it, but we'll see. Or maybe it's just not the right fit, and then we, you know, do something else. But I'm pretty happy with it. I think there's probably incentive for Ranger to melee, and especially if we add stuff for it. Ranger Snare seems to make mobs teleport now. That doesn't sound good. Can you make a bug report about that? Would you be adding weapon sheathing to the game? So we're probably not going to add weapon sheathing. But what we probably will add is... Oh god, I should probably hide my UI. I'm on the test server. I don't want to reveal all the secret testers. You know what I mean? We're probably gonna have a relaxed, an at the ready idle and a relaxed idle. So I would consider this the relaxed idle stance, and then the at the ready idle would be you standing kind of like this when you're running and your weapons are like up, so that you can better see the weapons, right? EverQuest does a very similar thing. 130 players on the alpha. It's pretty cool. Anyways. The bread merchant straight up giving me side eye because I'm packing dual wield and trying to buy rations. Yeah. Give me the rations or else, guy. Could be 131. Did I not get you in? I know I didn't get your crew in, but I thought I got you in. You did not? Oh, snap. What was the intent behind making charms 6 seconds? As a druid, it's only been a minor inconvenience so far. So that actually got changed shortly after. They're not all 6 seconds. They're now a progressive. It's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6. So lower level charms is faster cast. Higher level charms up to 6 seconds. The idea is that charms at high level are more powerful because mobs are more powerful. And also, since you have more tools and your group mates have more tools to assist you with charm, that it's okay. And I think if you look at EverQuest, I don't think any of these values are too absurd, right? I think it kind of makes sense. So it's not just flat 6 anymore for the Druid, Necro, and Elementalist charms. It's 3, 4, 5, 6. And Enchanters will be 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 5. So their highest level one is 5. They get a slight advantage for being an Enchanter on that regard. Obviously, they can charm anything that doesn't have immunity to charm. Don't put this Flourishing guy in? Yeah, you know, he's not in there right now, so, you know, maybe there was a good reason for that, huh? Nah, I'm just messing with you. Has that not been pushed yet? Oh, did Ollie not push the content? Yeah, that might not be in there. There's already some fixes that on certain things that might not be in there because the content didn't get pulled for the latest hotfix. Any plan to deal with how OP Charm is? We're putting some things into place, like making pets more behave like players than NPCs. This does feel weird though with Charm because Charm is meant to be essentially mind controlling an NPC, right? But if it just becomes a thing where it's like still so powerful and still, so like some of the ideas, right, is like make sure that when a charm mob breaks, it's very dangerous to you. But there's a lot of little mechanics and little twists that we can add to nerf charm technically. So yeah, we'll keep looking at it. I like charm personally. I think charm is cool, but you always gotta be, like maybe the game feels better without it. Like not without it, but like a reduced version of it, right? I didn't hear earlier, did interaction of Inquisitor, Aura, and Charm get fixed? Oh. That's a good point. One of the things that we need to be able to do is provide an aura that doesn't hit pets. So that certain things like that don't happen, essentially. But yeah, that's an interesting interaction. We may also just give the Inquisitor another aura, so that if you're in those kind of groups, then you can have a different aura. That might also just be the better, cleaner thing, but I don't know. Yeah, no, we're not gonna... Don't start freaking out and being like, oh my god, Charm is on the cutting board and all this stuff. That's not happening. And Charm needs to continue being... I think it needs to continue being powerful, but it just needs to be balanced correctly. If people are able to charm mobs that are way too high level, if they're able to... if breaks aren't threatening to you in any way, if the mana costs or cast times are too high or low, then they need to be adjusted, right? So yeah, there's a number of ways to balance charm. Yeah, and enrage, stuff like that. In EQ, Necro Charm was OP, but it would randomly break up, especially if the mob was higher level. Good thing is Necros had Feign Death, so it made it less risky, except it was also a cast spell. Yeah. maybe charm takes a portion of your mana to maintain. Yeah, there's that. It could be like if your enchanter pet is tanking, there could be like a chance for it to break on from taking hits. It could drain your mana if it's taking hits. It could drain your mana while a charm is active. There's a lot of different mechanisms that we can add to do that. However, I want to see if we could just target like the kind of things like more naturally without having to add any like special effect like that. But long term, if we decided that we needed more for it, then we could do something like that. Now, make sure you're gearing for, if there is some kind of gearing for charm, you should definitely see what the effects of that gearing has on it. All the things, Rambo. All the things. Gearing and otherwise. Yeah, there's a lot of immunity flags on stuff that it prevents you from like charming like a raid mob and super powerful endgame mobs. Like obviously some of that happened in EQ, but from the get-go, I've been preventing a lot of that. You can't charm a named, you can't charm an encounter or anything. Like, you probably won't be able to charm, like, raid trash either. Maybe, depending on the raid, right? There might be some weaker raid trash that you could charm, but, like, if it's, like, a very powerful trash mob, then no. Right. I got you on that, Yishin. Agreed. Well, how much charisma do you have, Derelix? It's possible. So we've made some adjustments to charisma. I'm not gonna confirm or deny that it's related, but definitely try some charisma stuff. You are able to charm a name in the grain cellar? Well, that's not good. That should not be possible. That sounds like an oversight. Making sure stuns are on different timers. Making sure the rune damage absorption doesn't make you interruptible. Also, making the summoning pets better so charm doesn't feel like a requirement. Yeah, agreed. The stuns are on different timers. Or they're on the same timer, I should say. But, yeah. Isn't that stuff makes it easier to charm? Not like the stun, having more stuns and being. Anyways, I'm pretty sure absorbs are meant to not make you interruptible and don't make you interruptible unless they break. Class abilities need to feel powerful, IMO? Yeah. That's always been the intent. Yes, it's not only the enchanter is focused on the charming, but some of your group members may even have to focus on charm breaks in particular. So like your tank and healer especially. Why aren't drakes considered animals? Well, they're dragon kind. Anyways, let me see if I could find any more quick bugs to fix. Link 152, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Will some mobs fight each other, like a predator mob roaming around and hunting food? Yeah, some mobs do fight each other. But I think there's more we can do to make that even more prevalent. But yeah, I see mobs fighting each other a lot. Agreed, Darkest Road. 100% agree with that statement. What was changed with the enchanting trade skill? So it was made that you can't just put every enchant on every slot. There are a certain amount of enchants that you can put per slot. So I'm looking for feedback on that one. Because there's around 4 enchants that you could do. Depending on slot. There's some slots that you can have a lot more because it allows you to do like all the resists. But in general, on average, there's about 4 you can do. And then there's about 4 enchants per stat. Yeah, enchanting was OP in the fact that you could stack the heck out of stats. And I think it's going to be interesting because it's going to make it more interesting because you're going to be like, oh, as a enchanter, do I want this or that enchant, right? Because if you can't put int and charisma on something, what stat do you want to pick? Not that charisma does anything. But, you know. Want to trade feedback on enchanting for a key? I think you gotta get the key first. You know? Alright. Let me see if I can find any quick bugs. Dude, you run Vanu? If not red, they're dead? In the true PlanetSide game, PlanetSide 1, I am a very much TR, always have been. But in PlanetSide 2, I did start as TR, but then my most recent excursion, I wanted to join an outfit that was on VS. So I played VS for that reason alone. What sort of tone / setting do you see Planets of Memories in? Planets and Memories in? I've got ideas, but it's all gonna depend on the people making the game, the theoretical, hypothetical game. I do like sci-fi, but there are so many cool ideas that you can do for an MMO FPS, so I don't know that I'd be locked in on that. But I will say, I think that doing something non-modern warfare, Because Modern Warfare and World War II are probably the most overdone, right? And art style wise, they're pretty like eh. Sci-fi, you could get really creative. Fantasy, you could get really creative. Like, you know? Have a good night, all the games, no time to play. Like to see a good sci-fi MMO? Yeah. Hopefully some long cooldowns to get moves to the hotbar instead of spell bar. Losing most of your spells I'm not a fan of. Yeah, I think some of that will occur, yeah. Real world is boring and limited. That can be, right? Depends on how you frame it. Shadowrun style shooter, though? Yeah, Sean always wanted his Shadowrun game. I'm starting to get a little hungry. What are we at? 3 hours and 21 minutes? My Kirkland's almost done. Just checking my Discord. I've been supporting the game since August 2022. Hey, that's awesome, Ishan. Ishan. Shadowrun, don't make deals with dragons, chat. Taco Bell time? Oh, no. No. I gotta get back to my strict diet. Kirkland beer? No, this is Kirkland cold brew. All right. Let's see if there's any more bugs that I can fix real quick. Wow, a lot of bugs that aren't related to anything that I'd done. That's good. So we fixed the cleric healing line. SK Grip of Shadow doesn't aggro nearby mobs. Oh, okay. That's something we could fix. Potentially? Grip of Agony. So... it is flagged as harmful. So I don't know... I think some ability effects just don't have an aggro component. Like, this is like a summon ability, technically. Oh, let me check the ability effect itself, though. What is it? Sorry, was that Grip of Agony? Sorry, not Grip of Agony. Grip of Shadow. Whoops. Yeah, it's still harmful. Grip of Shadow. Yeah, they're marked as harmful, so this is my little band-aid fix until we figure whatever out, you know, whatever we're supposed to do. Add a little threat. One threat. Done. Fixed. Easy. Wait, this appears to be fixed internally already. It works on dev. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me pull up version control. Maybe we've already fixed this. Well, whatever. I'm putting the one threat on it. You don't want to be gripped by shadows? Don't play on the PvP server then, or against Shadow Knight mobs that have yet to get any of the new abilities. Imagine getting Grip of Agonied and Grip of Shadowed by a Shadow Knight mob. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be real fun. And then Touch of Death. Yeah, Death Touch. Not fun, yeah. Yeah, not fun. Grip needs a giant hand animation. Yeah, so some of the new abilities are definitely going to need a visual touch. Shoot me with a gun at that point? Yeah. I'd love to fight some bosses later on that have most of the tools players have at their disposal. Have you fought a Necromancer mob? They pretty much got it. They pretty much got the kit. With Root being nerfed versus EverQuest Paladin, has the limited ability to deal with runners. Very dangerous in dungeons. Eventually they get stunned though, right? Fighters can't do shit against runners? What about, what's it called? Charge, if it's on your bar. And then also, Clobber. But yeah, they don't have a reliable snare or stun. So paladins get root at 18. They also get stun at 24. Why can't fighters scream at a corpse? Scared awake? Unrealistic? Yeah. Sorry. How the new VFX coming along after the new hire? So our VFX guy, immediately upon coming on the team, had to go on a trip, but he's back now, and he's been chatting with Zukin, and I've been sending some requests over. So yeah, we'll see what he cooks up here shortly. All right, let's get Scabby Bob into the alpha real quick. Done. And done. SSA Blue Knight, thank you for the prime. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Root breaks on hit, and EQ it did not. It used to break on DDs though, but I think what you're saying is melee didn't break it, right? I think evocation just had a chance to break it, right? Like, I think a stun could technically break it. Do you see Necros getting another dot line in the future, like a long duration disease or fire dot that does less damage than Deluge, but maybe more mana efficient? Yeah, I do see that. May have to reduce Deluge line a little bit. I think Deluge line is a little overpowered, but not like too much overpowered. AJ, thank you for converting from Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. I don't know why I didn't do like some fanfare for that, but appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate it too, because I was looking at the what's the thing on Twitch where you like you have a certain amount of subs or whatever, and then it if you have a certain amount of like real subs, like not prime subs or whatever, you like get points or something, and then yeah, plus level 1. Geardox Gunbear, thank you for the prime. So if you have like a recurring sub, it like contributes towards like some amount of points or whatever, and then if you get that amount of points 3 months in a row, it allows you to upgrade your Twitch contract for a year. So you get a bigger percent split of subs. So that was interesting to find out about. So yeah, I might be on track for doing a plus level 1 potentially, but we'll see. I don't know. 103 months in a row. And then I think level 2 is like 300 3 months in a row. That would be a stretch for me, I think, currently. But it's not a big deal either way. This is mostly for fun, but it definitely does help support me. So I appreciate everything you guys do for me. Deluge could extend damage over 6 ticks instead of 5 to tone it down from a DPS perspective, but keep the mana efficiency level. Glad to hear the longer dot line coming, much needed. Yeah. Good idea. Are necro spells supposed to be low resist, or is that an intended change from EQ? Well, life drains aren't life drains don't need to be unresistible in M&M, so that's one way where we take it a different direction, right? Because we have a way to convert the damage you do into health. I'm guessing that the reason why EQ went with immunity for that is they didn't have a way to do it, so they just made it immune or unresistible. In terms of like other dots and stuff, and just debuffs in general, I think maybe there should be a little bit more resisty. Though I hear people complain about resists like crazy, so... But having stuff be a little bit higher resist and you need to use a resist debuff on could be pretty cool. I don't know. Get this man some cold brews. Thank you, Tormentor, and thank you for your support, man. Stay strong, coffee is for the weak. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to make this a trend. Like, I don't know why I did it. I just can't help myself sometimes. I just thought maybe, like, there's going to be a lot of content to get through on the stream that is going to help me, but I think I could get through it without it, honestly. Because the Kirkland recipe is delicious. That's right. Clickbait. Yep. You know it. All right. Let's see. let's... Okay, so we fixed the grip of agony, or sorry, grip of shadows. Right? Threw that thread on there. Am I happy with backstab currently? I mean, I'm happy with it in general. I don't know about the damage scaling, if it's the right place for it. It might need to do more. It might need to do less. Probably it needs to do more, but maybe at certain levels it's too good or too bad, right? So I really don't think I can answer that fully, but I will be happy when backstab is feeling just right. Nick, it's your thought with tanks, Inquisitors in particular, that they will use one-hander plus shield to tank? Yeah, I think so. But I don't think... I mean, if you use a two-hander, I don't know that... that you should be gimped, per se. But I think there should probably definitely be an advantage using a shield, right? But two-hand tanking can be fun. How many enchants can you put on a single item? Hopefully one. Oh boy. Yeah, hopefully one. But you might be able to, like... I'm curious to see if you can enchant a sword and also put, like, a sharpening stone on it, stuff like that. I'm actually not sure about that one. Not that there's a weapon enchants yet. Though I will be probably adding shield enchants pretty soon. Hold on 1 second. Be right back. 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. Um, hey, Schwack Attack and Tired Worm. Thank you for the Prime and Tier 1, respectively. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Any plan to add armor set in the future? Yes. There will probably be aspirational like class sets and also kind of more generic like armor, like kind of more like the Wormsbane armor where it's like a type of armor, like a plate set, chain set, stuff like that. Culture armors, yeah. How much of the game will revolve around BIS items for classes, or will there be more of a focus on like unique pieces that allow for more nuance and creative gear setups? Yeah, I think that would be really cool to not just make it the BIS chase, but having kind of like gear setups and whatnot. And the way we're going with stats, we're gonna be trying to support alternate play styles. The direction we're going with stats and some abilities, even, right? Um, like as an enchanter, I could see you possibly wanting a charisma set. I could see you wanting a stamina set as well. I could see you wanting obviously to stack intelligence. And I think as time goes on, there's this kind of design philosophy is going to become more apparent and more just like part of the game. Um and there's definitely going to be like hopefully varying BIS, right? For certain races within a class, maybe certain deities and stuff. So that's not all just chasing the same item. But yeah, having sets that are situational and enhance certain abilities over others would be, I think, ideal. But obviously, there's going to be, some degree of min maxing that people do and try to figure out like the actual bis. But hopefully, we can offer some cool opportunities to, have situational gear. What about armor die for crafter for style? We're not going to be doing armor dies. It's a big no. But I could see us doing like maybe you craft certain furniture that's like a shade of blue. So maybe more so for like that kind of stuff. 'Cause I feel that's more benign. Whereas the armor you wear should, you should be able to determine what armor that you're wearing without even inspecting somebody, right? For the most part. Yeah, different wood stains for different shades could be neat. Exactly. And you never know, like, there could be, like, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much what I've been thinking. Loving the updates to the Wood Elf area. Are there similar spots to Wormsbane infested in that area? Those are coming. Hopefully by early access is the plan. We definitely have plans for a low-level dungeon over there. Not sure about a mini dungeon. I know we're adding a mini dungeon in Scarwood that's been shown on stream briefly, but that's I think kind of more higher level. In terms of like a low level mini dungeon, there is technically going to be one in Calfrey, I think, but might be in a tricky spot for wood elves. Yeah, I don't know. Oh man, this Kirkland, dude. It's yeah. I don't know if I should be drinking these. They mess with me. I should have stopped at halfway and just thrown it away. I can't handle the caffeine jitters. Um, you wish you still got caffeine jitters. Been caffeine free for 5 years. I recommend it. Yeah, I don't know. I keep getting pulled back in. I also have to just like go eat. That's part of it. That's part of it for sure. We got 13 more minutes till we're 4 hours. I think 4 hours is a healthy stream time. Someone food is the Lunchables of Eminem. Yeah. Dungeon with 2 factions like Guk would be neat. Yeah, it would be. So we got Telekir, obviously. But something cool like that would also be cool. I say that as I drink the rest of the Kirkland. All right, it's officially tapped out. Maybe replenish with some H2O. Chug, chug, chug. Yeah, should I shotgun a Kirkland on stream? And then have like a panic attack or a heart attack immediately after? Enough time left for one more giveaway? I don't know, guys. I've been giving away a lot of keys. If I give them away too often, then I can't milk it anymore, you know? But you guys really love those keys. Yeah, let me see. 135 online at the moment. Key's been flying. Well, my target is kind of like 150, so, you know. Should we do one more for the cool kids who didn't leave after the giveaways? You know? You know? Like, why not? If you stayed in the stream, you're a cool person. Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta redo that. We gotta redo that. Ignore this. Ignore this. Cancel. Hold on a second. One second. I gotta do one thing. Yeah, gotta put it in the winner first. Sorry, Scabby Bob. But I'm sure you don't mind because you just want a key, so. All right. There it is. Wait, what? not showing the thing. Why is it not showing on there anymore? Well, it's definitely giving me the right info. Are you in the exclusion list? I don't think so, but I was thinking about adding people retroactively, so you're not on it right now. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Hold on. Let me turn off display capture real quick so I don't do anything I regret. No, it's running. Don't worry. I see all the people's. I don't know why it's not showing on the stream, but it is running. I see everyone joining it. I think I might have bugged it out because I like ended the giveaway right away and then started a new one, and then I don't know, man. Bug report for streamergiveaway.org. Only 84 entries? Is it? Wait, hold on. That doesn't seem right. Oh no, there's 132. There's 132. It's working, guys. Don't worry. It just had to catch up. Gotta give time for people to alt tap to their multi-logged in accounts. Give them time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Feel free to put in your giveaway twice. Hold on, I gotta get on my alt account. Hold on. No, I'm just kidding. Is alpha much different from the playtests? Not too much. It's just smaller scale. Well, obviously it's a more like... There's a lot more people at max level. I mean, there's nobody in max level yet in the public playtest, but... Much more people at the high end. Not a lot of people. The alpha players join the regular playtest too. I think it's kind of like a mix. So the alpha servers go down during playtests. So if they want to play and play with their like all their friends that aren't in closed testing, then they do. But I think some of them chill and kind of focus on alpha because, you know, limited playtime and stuff on the public. There are some people that are super locked in and like high level. Like some of the highest level people on public are also very high level on alpha. How will that change with the introduction of beta and EA? Not much, really. Beta is gonna just be some simple evolutionary steps plus more people, right? The introduction of EA will change because everyone will be playing on EA. There won't be any alpha or beta. It'll just be EA. Everyone's on EA all the time. There will probably be a PTR, but it'll be. I was talking about this today. I want the PTR to be temporary. I don't want people on PTR all the time. I don't want all the zones up on PTR, so you're not scouting zones and stuff. You're just testing. You know, maybe if we allow for you to go to a certain zone, that's one thing. But in general, I don't want people scouting stuff on PTR. I just want people testing like stability and like ability changes maybe. I don't know if maybe we'll do a permanent test server. I don't know, but I think a temporary test server might be the play. But we'll see. Any concerns about pacing in terms of time to reach max? Yeah, we're always concerned about that, but we're looking at it for sure. TTK, respawn time, and balance all factor in. So we're looking at all these things, and we're trying to do a step-by-step case by process, so we're not just like changing, so we have like a control and whatnot. Arena and PTR for ability testing. There's gonna be arena in the real game soon, but yeah, we could do something special for PTR that it lets you do stuff like that. Yeah, makes sense. I get what you mean by arena now, like kind of like a PvE gauntlet or like test mobs. Not quite Camden, but EA launcher. Yeah, and then anyone would be able to be on that PTR, right? It wouldn't just be, limited to a certain group of people, if you know what I mean. Pacing is a fun science, can appreciate the complexity, and for me, I like the journey more than I do the end game gear chase. I like growth and hero's journey of growing from a nothing burger to a somebody. Yeah, agreed, Master Jasso. It's all about the journey, not the destination. All right, let's run it, guys. Let's run it. Stressful family holiday. Congrats. Let's see. Created 10/04/2025. Only thing he said in the channel. Giveaway. Stressful family holiday. Are you a bot? Are you a bot? No, wait. I'm level 20 care? I'm just saying it's sus. Just do another. All good. This is a conundrum, guys. I'm not gonna lie. All right, send me over your info, at least. Yeah. Yeah, creating the Twitch account a week ago, that definitely feels sus to me. How do I whisper? You just click on my name. The name feels kind of throwaway too, you know? Since the day after the account was created. Yeah. Right. So you've got the Ugarov's argument, which is you might have never used Twitch before and signed up for the streams and Keys is an excited open tester. I don't know though, you know? Like that's a tough one, man. Yeah, Twitch is pretty new, you know, it just came out. Twitch just dropped, dude. What's this new technology? Discord just dropped, guys. You know, I gotta get my 2025 Discord account together. Um. All right. How about this? How about this? we're gonna add this guy because I like to try to be a nice person. Though I'm gonna be honest, my bullshit detector went off immediately. Not in terms of your like what you've said, but just the whole account thing, right? But that you have a 2020 Discord account, so I'm gonna think. I think honestly that you might just be late to the fun. However, we are going to run another giveaway because I know some of you guys are kind of miffed by all this. So let's run one more giveaway. Just one more. Is that fair? Let me add hold on, don't do the thing yet. I gotta add him. What was it like? Stressful family holiday. All right, seriously though, guys, don't try to get around the. Just try to. It's honor code, guys. It's honor code. You know, don't make bot accounts. That wouldn't be cool. All right, I'm running it. Let's go. Let's go. Giveaway. Run the giveaways. I'm sorry, guys. If this is another bot account, then I think this is still gonna be the final one. Like I can't just keep giving keys left and right, you know? Red Bull gives you heart palpitations. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna like fall asleep and then wake up within the first 30 minutes with heart palpitations for sure after that Kirkland. I don't know, Derelict. I'm sure there's probably a different service. I don't know that this one does it. Twitch email needs to match M&M email? Bot found. Created 613. Not a bot. Is this gonna be like the modern like witch hunt? What am I breaking over here? Well, we went through the patch notes. So I broke the game. People got mad. Then we ran a giveaway and I didn't take your advice, so a new account won a giveaway. So people are on edge. Need a HOTS tournament for keys? How about a M&M tournament for keys? You broke game? Grok, is this real? Plan side gen defense for keys? Now you're talking. – All right, guys, get your entries in. I'm gonna fire this one off pretty quickly here. Not a ton of foreplay for this one, guys. Just a little bit, a little light, a little light. Firing off early. Yeah, pretty much. I'm so ready to be mad again. Yeah. Slammed from behind and fired it off early. Yeah, round 2 of the Salem Twitch trials. Yeah, perfect. Hey, thank you guys for being so cool and staying in the stream after the, like, official giveaways ended, you know? Appreciate that. Appreciate all the support. Thanks, Cave Wugzug. Yeah, it was a fun stream. You're more than just a key vector to us? Oh, I appreciate that. We need someone to raid Nick with like 1K viewers. Back in the HOTS days, I got a 17K raid from the one and only Raynad, who is also, interestingly enough, took the same arc as I did. He went from streamer to game developer. So I still have him followed, and I tune into his streams every so often. Basically, this is what Raynad does. So he created the Bazaar, which is like a Hearthstone kind of inspired game. So dude like just grew his hair out really long and just gets on stream and either smokes like a really fat joint or a really fat blunt and just talks about the Bazaar. So I was thinking about just, you know, should I pull like just one stream, just pull a Raynad? Like I'm not even kidding, like he just has full screen him like outside, like pretty close up on his face, and he's just smoking this blunt, man. It's kind of based. Like, I'm already getting panic attacks from the Kirkland. I don't know if I can do that. Yeah, if it was a blunt plus cold brew, I'd be done. Like cardiac arrest on the ground, like scared. I'd be like, I gotta turn off the stream now, guys. Bye. All right, let's run it. Let's run it. Mira Yain Shala. Created 2016. Tier 1 sub for 2 months. Following since August. We know Mir. We know Mir. He's a good one. No false accusations, guys. We know Mir. Congrats. Yeah, whisper me your M&M account email and Discord will get you added right quick. So yeah, we could do like the Roman thing, right? So like confirmed, not a clanker. You have been deemed worthy by mob judgment. The court of public opinion is now in recess. That's right. Nick's villain arc is when he asks for their account info, then bans their account when he thinks they're a bot. When can we expect beta for everyone who won't get a key this way? There's no date, but soon, TM. Can you pull a Kai Sanat and light Roman candles inside the house, please? Dude, that guy got 1 million subs during September. That is kind of an insane thing. Good night, Kaden. Beep boop. Bzz. No worries, Mir. You must be Raynad on the alt account. But yeah, man, that guy, I respect it, dude. Guy just goes on there and just gets litty and talks about his game. Like, I guess I kind of do the same thing, but kind of like, I'm not just like in some like random parking lot or some like I don't know, man. He just streams in some odd places, and then like just full screen. Like I don't know if I could do the full screen. Nick, wishing you and the team an incredible, further than already success soon. I can't play or I'll torch my entire life, but it looks great. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that, Isnova. Nah, man, I'm staying down here in the corner. I don't want to... I'm going to stay small. Raynad's the man. Old Wreckfall and Hearthstone streams ruled, made an esports team, now a card game. Yeah. I mean... I'm not going to say that, my streaming career has touched his, but to be on the same kind of streaming into game dev arc is pretty cool. But yeah, man, that was a huge raid. 17K? Man, that was wild. That's the most viewers I ever had on Twitch, was immediately after a Raynad raid. See you in Fellowship Thursday? Yeah, if you guys see a rhyme in Fellowship who's inting in your run, and being terrible, don't blame me. See ya, Applied Hobbies. Right, Tired Worm? It's like a stadium. Crazy to even think about. Tormentor 75. Thank you for the additional 20 gift subs. Holy crap, dude. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. That is crazy and extremely generous. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream and the project and everything, and thank you so much for supporting the stream and me. All right, have a good night, Flourishing. Dude, Tormentor 75. You're a really nice guy. Thank you so much. He's just supporting Kirkland Coffee with those subs? Dude, should I hit up Kirkland and be like, hey, I've got this whole bit on my stream. All right. I think, man, another key? Congrats. Nah, I think it's time. I think it's time to raid out pretty soon, guys. Going on 4 hours and 21 minutes. Have a good night, Camden. Who's on? Is anybody on or going to be on? Thanks for the killer stream. Yeah, no problem. One of my real life friends is streaming to 0 viewers. You're gonna always raid him, but the problem is he doesn't ever looks at his chat, so he'll never even see it. So, someday I'm gonna be a big suck up and raid somebody that has like a bunch of viewers, and then I'll be cool, maybe. You know, be a part of the in crowd, but today is not that day. I don't know if I could just ever justify that. Like, I just want to help people get more viewers, you know? All right, guys. I think we're gonna fire off a Quados raid. I think we're gonna fire off Quados raid because he writes music whenever I raid him, and I don't want to force him to write music every time. But I'm not really seeing anyone else that I would usually raid. Though I think I do need to diversify my raids more. But I just love Quados. He's such a nice guy. If you consider upping Elementalist pet auras, the damage shield specifically later on is so little. I want to make sure that it's not overpowering because you can have both, I believe, Tsunami-san. All right, let's get this raid going, guys. Let's get this raid going. Mir, make sure you whisper me. And yeah, let's get this raid going. Thank you so much, everybody who supported the stream with subs and follows and everything, bits. It's greatly appreciated. And thank you so much for supporting our company and team and project. Yeah, we owe it all to you guys. So thank you so much. And yeah, stay tuned for the raid. Appreciate you guys. Next stream, don't know when. Hopefully soon. But there's a lot of stuff to work on, so you never know. Let's get that raid going. All right, guys, have a good night. See you soon. Thanks again.